What's going on? Another late night start. Hope y'all are doing good. We are going to hop into the White House press briefing. The latest one, catch up on the news, hang out for a bit, you know, catch what other ancillary stuff is going on and whatnot. Maybe meme around, all the good stuff. Then I'm going to try to get a little bit further in Fallout. I've been chatting with some of y'all on Discord. I've been getting pointers on how to stop getting bodied so hard. But that'll be toward the end here. I figured this would be a nice little quick way to get caught up on a handful of things. But hope you guys are having a good night, good day, wherever you're coming from. I was able to get a little extra sleep today, so that was kind of nice. I think I might have overdid it a little bit yesterday. Just a little bit. Beautiful, beautiful. I'm finally finding some good songs in the playlist, or songs that I know I could click on and be like, you know what, I like that. I know exactly what to expect from that. Start off with some chill vibes, you know? Before we get into all the politicking, the news, the left, the right. Plus, I'm always slow getting situated here anyway. All right. Cheers. Lovely. Should we do a poll today? We've done the Epstein poll over and over again. Seems like everybody is pretty much in agreement there. Added some new emojis to chat. Very excited about that. All right. Oh, let's begin hopping in here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Packed house here today, and I have a very special guest with us, the Vice President of the United States.
Oh.
He'll deliver some remarks and take some questions. First, I just want to share remarks of my own. Democrats in Congress have officially shut down the United States government. House Republicans passed a nonpartisan, clean piece of legislation to extend current government funding until November 21st. But nearly every single Democrat senator voted against this bill. To be clear, this was the exact same bill that Democrats approved 6 short months ago in March, just adjusted for inflation. This is the same kind of clean funding bill that Democrats passed 13 separate times when they held the majority during Joe Biden's administration. So the American people woke up this morning and asked the obvious question: why is the government shut down right now? The answer is pure partisan politics being played by the Democrat Party. The Democrats shut down the government because President Trump and the Republicans will not force American taxpayers to pay for free health care for illegal aliens. America is $37 trillion in debt. We cannot afford to provide taxpayer-funded free health care to illegals who broke the law to enter our country. To put this all into perspective, the Democrats refuse to keep the government open over health care to illegal aliens and now have jeopardized critical health care programs for American citizens instead. The Women, Infants, and Children program, community health center funding, Medicare treatment options, and other health programs are now all at risk because of the Democrats rejecting the clean CR. The most vulnerable in our country are being punished because the Democrats want to prioritize illegals over American citizens. And if Democrats actually cared about health care, they would applaud the actions taken by President Trump just yesterday in the Oval Office. He took a bold and massively popular action to improve our healthcare system. He announced the first agreement with a major pharmaceutical company, Pfizer, to lower drug costs for Americans. This is a historical achievement long sought by past Democrat presidents that only President Trump was able to get done. Also yesterday, while the Democrats were whining about health care for illegal aliens, President Trump signed a powerful executive order to supercharge American AI innovation and unlock cures for pediatric cancer patients in the United States. While President Trump took action to lower drug prices and improve the lives and the care of American children with cancer, again, Democrats are fighting to give health care benefits to illegal aliens. The Trump administration is fully committed to lowering healthcare costs and advancing policies that will save American lives. But right now, we need to keep the government open and funded. And individuals and organizations across the political spectrum, across the country, agree with the Trump administration and Republicans. The labor union leader, the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, sent a very blunt message to Democrats over their destructive antics. He said American workers are not bargaining chips. Senators need to stop screwing around and pass the House-passed clean short-term funding bill. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the world's largest business organization, called to immediately pass the Republican clean CR, saying, quote, shutdowns are harmful to the economy, the American people, and our national security. And even Democrat Senators Cortez Masto and Fetterman acknowledged that their party is betraying the American people with this costly and chaotic Democrat shutdown. Enough is enough. Democrats need to stop sabotaging our country and holding the American people hostage in the country. Democrats need to do their jobs. The American people want the government reopened, and this is proven in a New York Times poll showing that 2 in 3 Americans say the government should not be shut down by the Democrats, even if their absurd demands are not met. The president and Republicans are working very hard to reopen the federal government. The vice president here has been crucial in this effort. We encourage all Americans across the country, call your Democrat senators and encourage them to reopen the government. That's what President Trump and the vice president want to do. And with that, I will turn it over to our great vice president, J.D. Vance.
Great. Well, thank you, Caroline, and good afternoon to everybody, and good afternoon to everybody who's watching at home. It's a tough act to follow, but let me just say a few things, and then I'll take a few questions. Number one, Democrats say that they care a lot about lowering health care costs, and yet, when the president took historic action to work with the drug companies to lower prescription drug prices, the Democrats did nothing to help us. In fact, we would have loved to have the Democrats helping us, but they didn't. They talk about doing something. They don't actually do the hard work of making it happen. What they have done instead is to shut down the government because we won't give billions of dollars to health care funding for illegal aliens. That is what has actually happened. To the American people who are watching, the reason your government is shut down at this very minute is because, despite the fact that the overwhelming majority of congressional Republicans and even a few moderate Democrats supported opening the government, the Chuck Schumer AOC wing of the Democratic Party shut down the government because they said to us, we will open the government, but only if you give billions of dollars of funding for health care for illegal aliens. That's a ridiculous proposition. Let me say two other quick things, and then again, I'll take some questions. Number one, we all understand that Democrats and Republicans have policy disagreements. The Democrats want to do things. Look, when Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries were in here a couple of days ago, they made some suggestions that the president was more than happy to say, yes, let's sit down and talk about how we can solve the health care crisis that we inherited from the Biden administration. But it's one thing to say that we should solve the health care crisis for Americans. It's another thing to say that we're going to shut down the government unless we give the Democrats every single thing that they want, which, as Caroline says, includes giving billions of dollars of taxpayer funding for health care for illegal migrants. That's ridiculous. You don't have policy disagreements that serve as the basis for a government shutdown. Let's have the conversation about how to fix American health care, about how to make health care more accessible. As the president showed, he's more than willing to act on behalf of the American people for this very reason. What you don't do is say, unless you do exactly what we want to do as congressional Democrats, we're taken hostage. And the hostage, it turns out, is critical, essential services that the American people need. Caroline talked about some of it. Let me talk about some more. Our troops are not getting paid starting today because of the Chuck Schumer wing of the Democratic Party. We have people who require food assistance, low-income Americans who require food assistance, who will not get it unless we reopen the government, thanks to Chuck Schumer and his wing of the Democratic Party. We have flood insurance as we start hurricane season in the southeastern part of our country. That flood insurance is going to disappear because of Chuck Schumer and the far left of the Democratic Party. We need to reopen the government. Let's fix America's problems. Let's work together to solve them. But let's reopen the government before we have our negotiation about health care policy. That's what the American people demand, and that's certainly what the President of the United States wants. Let me make one final point. I think a lot of Americans are asking themselves, why did this happen? Why did the Democrats shut down the government despite, as Caroline said, voting on the exact same piece of legislation 6 months ago? And there are a lot of different spins that we can put on it, a lot of different answers that we could give, all of them true. One answer I already gave is that they want to give health care benefits to illegal aliens. That is true. They gave us legislative text that would have undone us cutting off health care benefits for illegal aliens. That's one of the things that they asked for. But the reality here, and let's be honest about the politics, is that Chuck Schumer is terrified she's going to get a primary challenge from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. The reason why the American people's government is shut down is because Chuck Schumer is listening to the far left radicals in his own party because he's terrified of a primary challenge. So I'd invite Chuck Schumer to join the moderate Democrats and 52 Senate Republicans, do the right thing, open up the people's government, and then let's fix health care policy for the American people. Questions?
Mr. Vice President.
That's a lot. Matt Boyle.
Okay. Mr. Vice President, there's two key Democrat lies I would like to get your take on and see if you can address. The first is that you're seeing a number of top Democrat leaders, from Kamala Harris to Chuck Schumer to Hakeem Jeffries, claim that it is a Republican shutdown caused by Trump. The second is that they're out there now claiming that they don't want to give health care to illegal aliens. Can you address both of those lies from the Democrat Party?
Yeah, so on the point that it's a Republican shutdown, look, it's obviously a Democratic shutdown. Just look at the vote totals in the House, look at the vote totals in the Senate, and look at the President of the United States' own action and conduct throughout this crisis. Nearly every single House Republican voted to open the government, Matt. Nearly every single Senate Republican voted to open the government last night. And even to their credit, a few moderate Democrats voted to open the government. That's not a Republican shutdown when nearly every single Senate Democrat votes to shut it down and every Republican voted to open it up. It's just obviously not true. Now, you can disagree about a number of things, but you can't disagree about the obvious fact that Republicans voted to open the government. The president stands ready to sign that opening of the government. We just need a few more Democrats to join us in that effort to open the government. Your final question about illegal alien benefits. Look, the text is very clear, and I even saw, I think it was George Stephanopoulos in an interview with Mike Johnson, did a fact check that was totally rooted in baseless claims. It was basically Democrat propaganda. If you look at the legislative text that they gave us, they tried to turn on two separate provisions that would give health care benefits to illegal aliens. Number one, if you're an American citizen, you've been to a hospital in the last few years, you probably noticed that wait times are especially large, and very often somebody who's there in the emergency room waiting is an illegal alien, very often a person who can't even speak English. Why do those people get health care benefits at hospitals paid for by American citizens? The answer is a decision made by the Biden administration that the Trump administration, working with congressional Republicans, undid. We turned off that money spigot to health care funding for illegal aliens. The Democrats, in their legislative text, want to turn it back on. That's one thing. The second thing, Matt, is we all know that there are various ways in which the Biden administration waved away illegal immigration status. They gave parolees, they gave asylum claims to people who weren't really claiming asylum. And when they waved the magic wand of amnesty, giving millions of people legal status even though they were in the country illegally, they also gave those people access to health care benefits. So what the Democrats are engaging in is a sleight of hand. They're saying, no, no, no. Those weren't illegal aliens who were getting health care benefits, even though everybody, knows they were in the country illegally. It's a lie told by the Democrats that they're not trying to give health care benefits to illegal aliens. It's a lie that is obviously untrue if you just look at the text that they gave us. And all you have to do is understand that this is about who benefits. We think the American people's government ought to benefit American citizens. The Democrats are willing to shut it down to benefit illegal aliens. The contrast couldn't be more clear. Peter.
Thank you, Vice President Vance. The big holdup is, of course, that you guys say illegal immigrants are getting taxpayer-funded health care. Democrats say you're lying. That makes it feel like it could be a really long shutdown. Is this going to be a long shutdown?
You know, I don't know. I can't predict what congressional Democrats are going to do, Peter, but I actually don't think it's going to be that long of a shutdown. This is a pure guess from the Vice President of the United States because I think you already saw some evidence that moderate Democrats are cracking a little bit. They understand the fundamental illogic of this. Look, for years, every single one of us, we can remember Barack Obama on the White House lawn. We can remember Chuck Schumer. We can remember, Nancy Pelosi for years. In Chuck Schumer's case, for literally decades, we've heard them say, you don't shut the government down over a policy disagreement. Okay, Republicans think this thing about healthcare, that thing about healthcare. Democrats think this thing about immigration. Republicans disagree. Whatever those disagreements are, you don't shut down the government over it. For the first time since the Democrats have been in politics, they're now saying that unless we get every policy item that we demand, we're going to shut down the people's government. They're trying to take a hostage, and we're not going to let them.
And the administration announced today that $18 billion bound for New York transportation projects is going to be frozen so it can't go to DEI programs there. But the timing of this, does announcing that today mean that you guys are going to squeeze Chuck Schumer's home state until he blinks?
Look, I haven't talked to Russ about this morning, but look, I'm sure that Russ is heartbroken about the fact that he's unable to give certain things to certain constituencies. We want to do everything that we can to help the American people, but when the Democrats shut down the government, we have to actually do a little triage to make sure the most critical and most essential services are provided. The government does a lot of things. Of course, Republicans think that the federal government probably does too much, but there are a lot of critical things the federal government does that absolutely all of us would agree need to do. Our troops need to get paid. Our air traffic controllers need to make sure that people are flying safely and on time. We need low-income people to be able to access the food services that are provided by the federal government. There are critical things that need to be saved. We're going to do everything that we can over the coming weeks, if the shutdown lasts that long, to ensure that people get the essential services that they need, despite the fact that Chuck Schumer has shut down the federal government. It's not going to be perfect because we are in a government shutdown. We are going to have to lay some people off if the shutdown continues. We don't like that. We don't necessarily want to do it, but we're going to do what we have to keep the American people's essential services continuing to run.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and thank you for being here. Yesterday, President Trump said, as a result of the shutdown, we'll be laying off a lot of people that are going to be very affected, and the Democrats, they are going to be Democrats. Has the administration asked agencies to target federal workers who they believe to be Democrats in these reductions of forces?
We're not targeting federal agencies based on politics. We're targeting the people's government so that as much as possible of the essential services can continue to function. That is the question the president has asked the entire government, is fundamentally, okay, we're in a shutdown. That causes some problems. The troops aren't getting paid. There's nothing that we can do about that while the government is shut down. But there are essential services that we want to make sure as much as possible they still continue to function. That is the principle that's driving us forward during this shutdown. It's going to continue to be the principle that drives us forward. But let's be honest. If this thing drags on for another few days or, God forbid, another few weeks, we are going to have to lay people off. We're going to have to save money in some places so the essential services don't get turned off in other places. That is the reality of the government shutdown that Chuck Schumer and the Democrats have foisted upon the administration.
So what did he
Phil.
mean by they're going to be Democrats? He said they're going to be Democrats.
You've laid out a lot of the pain and problems that would come with a Democratic shutdown, and yet in the Oval Office yesterday, the president said that a lot of good could come from a shutdown. So square that circle. Which is it, a Democratic-caused crisis or a Republican opportunity for reform?
Well, I think all the president is saying, Phil, is that he wants to make sure the American people's government functions as well as it can, despite the fact that we're in a shutdown. We're going to have to make things work. And that means that we're going to have to triage some certain things. That means certain people are going to have to get laid off. And we're going to try to make sure that the American people suffer as little as possible from this shutdown. That's what the president is saying, is that, yes, this is a bad thing. Obviously, the president is trying to reopen the government, but we're going to make things work as well as we possibly can, given the constraints that we have.
And then on those policy differences for the discussion and the negotiations to come later, during the Biden administration, Democrats twice voted to expand these Affordable Care Act tax credits. But those were supposed to be temporary, and they were slated to expire at the end of the year. As you sort of crack the door open to negotiation at a later date, would the party that ran on defunding Obamacare really negotiate about potentially expanding Obamacare?
Well, Phil, what we've said to the Democrats is that we're willing to have a conversation about how to ensure that Americans continue to have access to health care, and frankly, they should have access to better health care at a lower cost. We inherited a mess of a health care system from the Biden administration. It's why the president has worked so hard on the most favored nation status for prescription drugs. It's why we care so much about lowering the cost of prescriptions and why we're doing everything else. We're willing to have that conversation, but I think it's important to bracket the healthcare policy conversation because it's separate from the government shutdown. We think that we can open the government and then have the conversation about what best healthcare policy to fit the needs of the American people. That's all we're trying to do. That's all we're trying to accomplish. We've got to reopen the government first. Now, Caroline, I don't know how you do this, how you actually choose people, because I don't know 90% of the names in here. Is it just who's the best dressed? Okay, I really like your shirt. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You are President of the Senate. Can you talk about what you're doing, what the administration is doing to try to get other Senate Democrats to vote to open the government?
Yeah, we're talking to a number of our colleagues, Democratic and Republican, in the Senate. I talked to a number of them last night. The president, of course, is talking to them as well. I think there really are two categories of demands that I've seen privately from congressional Democrats. I think on the one hand, those who are negotiating in good faith are saying, look, we just want to make sure that we're able to have a conversation with the administration about some of the critical needs that we see that need to get fixed over the next few months. We recognize it's kind of absurd, and a lot of them will admit in private that it's kind of absurd to shut down the people's government over these disagreements, but just agree to negotiate with us in good faith on these issues, and of course we're having that conversation with them. Then there's another category, people who say give us everything we want or we're going to keep the government shut down. We just write those people off because they're not negotiating in good faith. And frankly, we don't need them. We've already got 3 more Democrats last night than I thought we would get. And I think it's because they recognize the illogic of the position of taking the entire American economy hostage because they don't get their policy priorities. So 3 moderate Democrats joined 52 Republicans last night. We need 5 more in order to reopen the government. And that's really where we're going to focus, is how to get those 5 additional Democrats.
Thanks, Mr. Vice President. First 2 questions. Are there plans to meet Democratic leaders again in the coming days, or are you planning on plucking out senators one by one?
So that's the whole question?
No, I got a second part.
Okay, go ahead and ask the second question.
So the president's been posting some images of Leader Jeffries and Senator Schumer.
I saw.
Recently. You've said that you're interested in good faith negotiations with these leaders, but what message does that send? Is it helpful to post pictures of Leader Jeffries in a sombrero if you're trying to have good faith talks with him?
Oh, I think it's funny. The president's joking, and we're having a good time. You can negotiate in good faith.
I'm pulling that up.
A little bit of fun at some of the absurdities of the Democrats' positions, and even poking some fun at the absurdity of the Democrats themselves. I mean, I'll tell Hakeem Jeffries right now, I make this solemn promise to you that if you help us reopen the government, the sombrero memes will stop. And I've talked to the President of the United States about that. Now, to your first question, are we negotiating one-on-one? Are we negotiating in groups? Look, I will go to the U.S. Capitol right now and meet with Chuck Schumer or any Senate Democrat if it helps us reopen the government. Most of the conversations, in my experience at least, have been one-off. We're also, of course, relying on some of our Senate Republican colleagues who have good relationships across the aisle. We're going to do whatever we have to do is the answer. And I think it's tough to predict what shape this negotiation is going to take over the next few months. But I feel good about the fact that Democrats already realize privately the fundamental irrationality of their position. I hope that they're going to publicly acknowledge it and reopen the government. Right in the back, yeah.
Mr. Vice President, you responded to a post on X of Chuck Schumer on the House floor back in 1996, railing against illegal immigrants receiving taxpayer-funded benefits. You said Chuck Schumer once recognized that it was disastrous to give illegal aliens rewards for breaking the law. Now he wants to shut down the government unless we reward illegal aliens for breaking the law. Why has Chuck Schumer changed his stance?
That's a good question. Actually, it's a very tough question. Asking me to get in the head of Chuck Schumer is not a place I particularly want to be, but my basic read on it is that the entire Democratic Party, the political leadership, not every Democrat nationwide, but the political leadership of their party has got it into their heads that the only way to be compassionate is to be compassionate to illegal aliens rather than American citizens. If you go back to what Bill Clinton was saying, even Barack Obama in some cases, what he was saying about illegal immigration 10, 15, 20 years ago, you would put them on the MAGA right based purely on their rhetoric around illegal immigration. So I don't know why they've gone so far to the left. I think it's bad for the country. I think it's bad for them politically. But our principle, all I can do is speak for the president that I serve and the country, the administration that I serve right now. We believe that the American people's government exists for the American people. That means the people who have the legal right to be here, and that's why we're fighting to reopen the government. And unfortunately, the Democrats are fighting to shut it down for the benefit of illegal aliens. And I'll take a couple more, and then I'll let Caroline. I'll go back to my day job so Caroline can go back to hers. All right. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just going back to the sombrero. You said that the president is joking, but Hakeem Jeffries says that these memes were racist. What's your response to that? And just if I may briefly go off topic, Secretary Hegseth yesterday made an edict about no more beardos in the military. Just wondered what.
Sorry, what did he say?
No more beardos. Beards. Oh, sorry, that's my accent. Just wondered your response to that.
I didn't see that particular comment. I thought Pete gave a hell of a speech, and a speech that really is just oriented around returning the American military to the very high standards that it has had for virtually its entire history until Joe Biden came along and decided to lower standards. I think it was bad for our military, and it was bad for our troops. When I was a young United States Marine, I did not have a beard. I am now the vice president, so I get to do what I want to do. But I think Pete's trying to re-implement high standards, and that's a very good thing. On the sombrero thing, I mean, Hakeem Jeffries said it was racist, and I know that he said that, and I honestly don't even know what that means. Like, is he a Mexican American that is offended by having a sombrero meme? I mean, I saw one of the major TV stations put the meme up and then say, this is AI generated. And he had like the curly animated mustache too. It's like, do you really not realize the American people recognize that he did not actually come to the White House wearing a sombrero and a black curly animation mustache? Like, give the country a little bit of credit. We're all trying to do a very important job for the American people. The President of the United States likes to have a little bit of fun when he's doing it, and I think that's okay. I'll take one more question.
Mr. Vice President, in every previous shutdown, workers have been furloughed, not laid off. So why does the President want to fire some workers and not just furlough them? Why is this shutdown any different?
Well, first of all, we haven't made any final decisions about what we're going to do with certain workers. What we're saying is that we might have to take extraordinary steps, especially the longer this goes on. We're going to have to take extraordinary measures to ensure the people's government operates, again, not perfectly, because it's not going to operate perfectly in the midst of a shutdown, but operate as well as it possibly can. And I think that the Democrats, if they're so worried about the effect this is having on the American people, and they should be, what they should do is reopen the government, not complain about how we respond to the fact that Chuck Schumer and the Democrats have shut down the government in the first place. Thank you all.
Also said he's going to target some benefits, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you. See you guys.
Prepared for their benefits to be cut as well?
All right, guys. Well, let's let the fun.
Well, that was a bit of a surprise. I did not expect JD Vance to be there. Welcome, guys. Try to keep an open mind here. We got our left wingers in chat, our right wingers. I saw some independents apparently. I feel like you guys are rare, but let's see what Caroline has to say here.
Fun continue. Vice President's a very busy man, and I'm happy to take some more questions. I know there's more news today. Aside from the shutdown, we can focus on the shutdown if you want, but let's go ahead. Kate, why don't you start?
The president talked about doing things that he said were irreversible during the shutdown, cutting vast numbers of people, he said, and cutting programs. Can you specify what exactly he was referring to, what's on the table, and what's going to be cut?
Look, I think the Vice President just referred to this in some of the answers that he gave regarding the layoffs. There are unfortunate consequences to a government shutdown, and the federal government is not receiving any cash at the moment, and so the Office of Management and Budget has been tasked with looking over the receipts and looking over the budget of the entire federal bureaucracy, and as the Vice President said, determining what needs to continue to go out the door and what can we continue to keep running, and what unfortunately is going to have to come to an end. So those decisions are being made, and unfortunately layoffs are very likely, as the Vice President just said, going to be a part of that.
And has the White House had any direct response from Hamas, from the peace proposal that was laid out? The president said he would give 3 or 4 days, but is there a hard deadline now, or what are the next steps here?
I will reiterate what the President of the United States said, 3 or 4 days, and I can tell you that there are some very sensitive discussions that are taking place, but I certainly don't want to get ahead of any announcement at this podium. I'm going to let Special Envoy Witkoff and the President of the United States handle that.
Thank you, Caroline. 2 questions. First of all, following up on that, the President said yesterday, I believe, within 3 or 4 days he wanted to hear an answer from Hamas. Is he still sticking by that timeline?
Yes, as I just confirmed.
And then second question is a comment that's gotten a lot of global attention. Senator Dick Durbin, he was set to receive a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Catholic Church. He's since declined accepting it because there has been some controversy. Pope Leo commented on this, and he said that someone who says I'm against abortion, but I'm in agreement with the inhumane treatment of immigrants in the United States, I don't know if that's pro-life. You've been very open about your Catholic faith. How do you respond to that?
I would reject there is inhumane treatment of illegal immigrants in the United States under this administration. There was, however, significant inhumane treatment of illegal immigrants in the previous administration as they were being trafficked and raped and beaten, and in many cases killed, over our United States southern border. You also look at the inhumane treatment at the hands of some of these illegal immigrants that took place under the previous administration as well. Laken Riley comes to mind, a beautiful American citizen who was killed at the hands of an illegal immigrant. So this administration is trying to enforce our nation's laws in the most humane way possible, and we're upholding the law, and we're doing that on behalf of the people of our country who live here.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. What is the level of concern that the administration has regarding a protracted government shutdown in terms of its impact on the U.S. economy and also its impact on small businesses as well?
Well, look, this government shutdown is no doubt going to impact everyday Americans, and it is the fault of the Democrats that we are in this position. And I know I relayed some programs that will be impacted, the Vice President did as well, but I just want to make sure the American public understand what the Democrats have done to our government and our country. 1.3 million active duty troops will work now without pay. Critical food assistance for low-income women, infants, and children will now lapse. No new mothers or children are allowed to join this critical program because of the Democrats' decision to shut down the government. Telehealth services for seniors and in-home treatment options for Medicare patients will now come to an end. Nearly 50,000 members of the United States Coast Guard are going to have to work unpaid. Over 13,000 air traffic controllers will work without pay, as well as TSA agents, which will very likely create flight disruptions. And pay will now stop for over 150,000 federal law enforcement officers. These are not just numbers and statistics. These are real Americans who have families at home. And I saw some Democrat members today saying they're still going to accept their paychecks because they have 3 kids at home and they have mouths to feed. Well, so do these federal workers who those same Democrats just voted to shut down the government and turn off their pay. And we believe that's very unfair, and it's why the administration wants to see the government reopened.
GDP growth fell by about half a percentage point during the last government shutdown during the president's first term. Are you expecting a similar type of impact on GDP growth related to this potential protracted government shutdown?
Well, look, I think it's dependent upon how long this shutdown continues. So it's dependent on how long it takes Democrats to muster up the coverage, 5 of them, to vote in the best interest of our country, our citizens, and our economy. Eamon.
Thank you, Caroline. Yesterday, your administration took a 5% stake in Lithium Americas and a stake in the mine that they're working on, and you've taken stakes in other companies and revenue streams from other companies. Can you articulate the broader principle here? When does the administration see it as appropriate to demand equity stakes or revenue streams from American companies? And what other companies are you going to be demanding those from?
Well, look, this is a creative solution by the President of the United States to tackle our nation's crippling debt crisis. As I said earlier, we are $37 trillion, trillion with a T, in debt. And not only is the president effectively utilizing tariffs to bring in massive amounts of revenue, and there's billions of dollars coming in every month. I know you know that, even because you cover it on CNBC quite well. So the president is focused on how can the United States government make more money? How can we make our country wealthy and rich again? And cutting some of these unique creative deals with companies around the world and here at home is just one way the president is seeking to do that. And I know the Department of Energy just announced this new deal. It's another great deal for the American people and our government.
And on Lisa Cook,
Sure, go ahead.
Lisa Cook,
Yeah.
the Supreme Court said today that she's going to be allowed to stay at the Federal Reserve Board until oral arguments in January. Does the president have any personal reaction to that? This has been something he's been very intent on.
Look, we have respect for the Supreme Court, but they're going to hear the actual case and make a determination on the legal argument in January. And we look forward to that because we maintain that she was fired well within the president's legal authority to do so. She was removed from the board, and we look forward to that case being fully played out at the Supreme Court. Reagan.
Caroline, I have one for you on E.J. Antoni and one on the shutdown.
Sure.
CNN reported that Collins and Murkowski declined to meet with E.J. Antoni, raising concerns that his nomination was in trouble. I'm wondering what message Collins and Murkowski are sending to the White House by not meeting with one of the president's nominees.
Well, look, E.J. Antoni remains a great ally of the president and our team. It became clear, unfortunately, that he was not going to have the votes, and so we will be announcing a replacement nominee very soon.
And on the shutdown, I'm just wondering how soon you could see cuts to the federal workplace, and if there's a specific agency that will experience the most cuts or be focused.
Unfortunately, because the Democrats shut down the government, the president has directed his cabinet, and the Office of Management and Budget is working with agencies across the board to identify where cuts can be made, and we believe that layoffs are imminent. They are, unfortunately, a consequence of this government shutdown. Ed.
So you talk about the layoffs being imminent. Is there a percentage then of reduction that the White House is looking for of workforce?
I don't have a specific percentage for you.
Can I ask what about China, if I could? So China has not made one soybean purchase this year in the United States. I talked to a farmer yesterday who has about 1,000 acres in Iowa and says this is just killing her. Now the president has been talking to President Xi. Could China not buying agriculture affect a possible meeting with the president? Would he not meet with Xi because China has refused to buy soybeans from the U.S.?
Look, I don't want to speak for the president and make a determination on that from this podium, but what I can tell you is that supporting America's farmers and doing what's best for them is at the top of the president's priority list, and it's at the top of the list for this administration right now. There have been several very high-level meetings on this very topic. We want to help our farmers, and we're exploring the best ways to do that, and I would anticipate there will be more to come on that very soon.
You can send a message to the Chinese president.
Look, I just shared that message. The president wants what's best for America's farmers. Sean.
Hi, Carolyn.
Hi.
Two things to ask you about.
Sure.
First thing, I want to ask about this video that the president posted the other day. It was an AI deepfake of himself talking about something called med beds. What was he trying to communicate to the public there, and why did he delete it?
I think the president saw the video and posted it, and then took it down. And he has the right to do that. It's his social media. He's incredibly transparent, as you all know. You hear from him directly on social media. He likes to share memes. He likes to share videos. He likes to repost things that he sees other people post on social media as well. And I think it's quite refreshing that we have a president who is so open and honest directly himself. Many a times on Truth, you are hearing directly from the President of the United States.
And second thing, how did the White House decide that it is appropriate for Jared Kushner to be working on matters that involve Qatar, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia, 3 countries that combined have given him more than $2.5 billion for his investment firm?
I think it's, frankly, despicable that you're trying to suggest that it's inappropriate for Jared Kushner, who is widely respected around the world and has great trust in relationships with these critical partners in these countries, to strike a 20-point comprehensive detailed peace plan that no other administration would ever be able to achieve. And so Jared is donating his energy and his time to our government, to the President of the United States, to secure world peace, and that is a very noble thing. And this is a peace plan that has not just been accepted by Israel, but it has been applauded by Muslim and Arab countries around the world. It has been applauded by European leaders around the world. Virtually everyone in the world is supportive of this plan that Jared Kushner offered his time to help put together alongside our special envoy Witkoff, the Vice President, the President of the United States, Secretary Rubio, and the President's entire national security team. We are very proud of that plan, and we hope Hamas will accept it because it will lead to a more peaceful and prosperous Middle East.
Two questions. One, we're talking a lot about these layoffs and hypotheticals, but Speaker Johnson earlier today said that there is a proposal from the White House that House Republicans are expected to hear this afternoon about these mass layoffs. Can you tell us what is in that proposal? What agencies, what programs, what jobs?
What he's referring to is a proposal that our Office of Management and Budget Director, Russ Vought, is going to be proposing to the House Republican Conference. He's going to kind of walk them through what this unfortunately is going to look like so they can discuss it with their constituents back home in their respective districts. So I don't want to get ahead of the Office of Management and Budget, but I'm sure you'll be hearing more about that very soon. Look, we have to put a plan in place. It would be irresponsible of us not to take a look at each and every agency and get an understanding of what we're going to have to do moving forward to do the best we can in the midst of this government shutdown.
Thanks, Caroline. Just on that point, though, Russ Vought told House members, according to our notice reporting, that RIFs would happen in 2 days. Already, we know that some have been sitting out from the U.S. Patent Office. So I wonder, one, this administration continues to say that they don't want to lay people off, but obviously there is a plan to lay people off. So what is your message to those people who are getting laid off? And then if the government reopens, will those RIFs reverse? Are they not permanent if the government reopens, specifically if it reopens pretty quickly?
Well, sometimes you have to do things you don't want to do, and it's because the Democrats have put us into this position. If the Democrats did not vote to shut down the government, we would not be standing up here talking about layoffs today. We'd be talking about all the other news stories going on in the world in our country. We'd be talking about all of the great things that this administration is doing to uplift Americans across the country. But unfortunately, the Vice President of the United States and I have to come out here today to talk about a government shutdown that the Democrats put us in this position.
And the second question,
Thanks, Caroline. I'm just trying to clarify the timing of these potential layoffs to federal workers. You said imminent. The Vice President seemed to say in a couple of days. It looks like Russ Vought maybe said in 2 days. When would these layoffs begin?
2 days, imminent, very soon. You will expect more announcements right now.
Is it just not unclear, or are you waiting?
No, it's not unclear. All of those things are very synonymous with one another. These rifts are unfortunately going to happen very soon.
And it'll definitely
Dasha. Dasha, go ahead.
We've been talking about the Affordable Care Act, enhanced premium tax credits, and sort of the politics of it all, right? But this is a very real, tangible impact that American people will feel. The Kaiser Family Foundation says that with the ACA enhanced premium tax credits, without them, premiums will go up 114% on average. 19 million of the 24 million people who rely on the coverage are in states that President Trump won. Is he concerned what will happen to those families if this tax credit expires? And aside from the shutdown, is there a plan to keep those premiums down?
Look, as the Vice President just said, we are more than happy to have this conversation. The President and the Vice President and this team are more than happy to have that conversation with Republicans and Democrats on Capitol Hill, but it cannot happen right now. Right now, we need to reopen the United States federal government because people are going without pay. You have thousands of federal workers who have to show up to work and not get paid, and that's an unfortunate situation the Democrats have put us in. Then we can discuss this very important issue of healthcare.
Out of curiosity, are there any government employees in chat that this affects?
That the president absolutely wants to fix. As I mentioned yesterday, he took, but those premiums do not expire until the end of the year. It's October 1st right now, and so we have a few months to have that conversation. And it's irresponsible of the Democrat Party to try to convince the American people that that conversation has to happen right now. No, what needs to happen right now is the reopening of the United States federal government, and then this administration will be happy to work with Democrats in good faith to come to a policy determination. But one red line the government has already made clear, this administration has already made clear, this administration is never going to support taxpayer-funded benefits going to illegal aliens. And we think it's despicable that that was one of the first proposals that Democrats put in their funding proposal, and their CR. The Republican CR was a clean CR that would keep the government open. Democrats have voted for it 13 times in the past. The Democrats put this poison pill in there, this partisan pill. Why? Because they are beholden to the far left radicals in their party, and you already see 3 moderate Democrats having the courage to say no. We need to keep the government open, and then we can have these conversations about health care. Mary.
Caroline, I just want to circle back to something the Vice President said about Ocasio-Cortez. I'm actually surprised it didn't come up sooner. So if Schumer is catering to the demands of Ocasio-Cortez, can you share whether the White House views this as cracks in Schumer's leadership, and would the Vice President be open to meeting with someone like her if she is assuming this role in the Democratic Party?
I'll let the Vice President speak on that himself. I think that certainly Senator Schumer was not expecting 3 moderates to break with him last night. In fact, last night you heard Senator Schumer say he can't guarantee that he will be able to hold his caucus together. And so again, we encourage Democrats to have the courage to do the right thing, do what you have done 13 times previously, and vote for this clean continuing resolution to keep the government funded. As for what the Trump administration and President Trump is going to do, we'll continue to be very public that we want the government to be open, and as the Vice President said, we'll continue to work in good faith with anyone on Capitol Hill who wants to do right by the American people. Thank you all so much. We'll see you later.
All right, so real quick, let's check the poll of the chat. Oh, and a quick housekeeping thing. So one of the reasons we got the chat on screen is because YouTube likes to censor a lot of different things, but they don't tell you what they're censoring. So if your chat message doesn't appear up there on the screen, there's a good chance that we can't see your chat message either. So you're gonna have to rewrite that in a way that, you know, well, YouTube likes. Anyway, so how's the current admin doing? Wow. Okay. So they're great, 45%. They're terrible, 45%. Not sure, no, 10%. And it's, you know, it's fluctuating. So that's actually very surprising. I thought it was going to be one way today. I took a couple notes while we were listening. You know, Vance comes in. I was just interested because I was kind of surprised to see him. But, you know, he calls out Chuck Schumer. He says it's over. And, you know, the right seems to say, okay, this is over. Healthcare being extended to illegal immigrants. The left is like, no, this is about tax credits or, you know, what have you, benefits that they want to, you know, continue to have. And again, I ask, is there anybody in chat that is affected by this happening? But we have to remember, guys, I love the left and right, you know, rolling in the mud. It can be fun, right? But this whole platform is about, you know, discussion, not becoming an echo chamber. You know, you can roll around in the mud, but at the end of the day, we, you know, pick each other up, we dust off and stuff. We have to remember, it's a big club. We're not in it, all right? Divide and conquer. So they can control us with this whole left and right thing. However, I mean, this is the society we live in. So, yeah, I mean, I guess that's what we're doing. I was interested. Oh, wait. Yo, yeah, that.
At least for a while. Look, guys,
this is what they were referencing, I think.
Nobody likes Democrats anymore. We have no voters left because of all of our woke trans bullshit. Not even black people want to vote for us anymore. Even Latinos hate us. So we need new voters. And if we give...
Wait, hold up. I don't think this is there's no way this is actually it. Because I actually have it. Is this really it? No way. That's crazy. I hadn't listened to all of it. Well, anyway, if you guys want to catch Donald Trump's tweets, you know, definitely go to X. You said all comments should be visible. Yeah, you know, ideally. Basically, if your comment doesn't have a moderation ticket next to it saying like, hey, this person silenced you or deleted your comment, then it is not us doing it. We try to have a balanced chat, right? I try to have moderators of all persuasions. That way, if one moderator gets drunk on power and starts just banning people because, you know, they disagree, the other moderators will call them out. So far, the system of organized chaos has worked pretty well, I have to say. Although sometimes it gets skewed depending on, well, who's awake and moderating. So, yeah. Yeah, you know, I saw it and I almost couldn't believe that they posted it. But, you know, they stay posting some, well, what some would call dank memes on their platforms. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, YouTube does do that. Not really sure the rhyme and reason sometimes of why they do that, but they do that. The next thing I was interested in, I keep trying to circle around to Portland and Antifa and all that stuff. I feel like I haven't really gotten into it, although we've had some conversations yesterday about it. But this was a crazy clip going around. What was his name again? Oh my gosh. Nick Shirley. All right, content creator. I'll get everything centered up for y'all here in a sec. But, well, I just got to show you the clip. It's kind of crazy.
Hey, what are you doing? Hey, I didn't do anything. Hey, you get out of here. Don't try to hit me.
Get out of here.
Well, I have
get
no.
Out of here. Don't come back.
Get away from me.
You again?
Get away from me, sir.
Dude,
where are you? You're pushing me onto the road.
Get the fuck out of here.
Let me move. Let me get out. If you're gonna let me get out.
Fucking walk.
Hey, sir, stop it.
Fucking walk.
Stop.
Walk, motherfucker.
What are you doing? Why are you so mad? I didn't do anything.
You did.
What did I do?
Walk.
I haven't done anything.
Walk, motherfucker. Do not come back.
Watch out.
You come back, I'm gonna fucking smoke you, dude.
Really?
Yes, really. I'm
Why?
gonna smash that fucking camera.
Stop it. Stop. Sir, stop it.
Stop sticking your camera at people's fucking face.
I have the right to be here.
Okay, did I say?
I have the right to be here.
Stop.
I have the right to film. You have DHS watching you right there.
Stop.
Lasered on you.
I
You have a
didn't do
sniper
nothing.
lasered.
Lasered. That I just thought this was crazy. That obviously.
I didn't do anything wrong. You have a sniper on you right now. You have a sniper.
So it looks like they might not be playing around out there at this point. Oh yeah, I was asked. Anybody out in Portland or any of the cities that are getting National Guard, expected to have National Guard, is there anybody that wants National Guard in their city? Right? People in DC, is it better than it was before? Is it worse? Is this all just fake news? Fear-mongering used to, you know, coup the American people and lead to a military takeover? Or are they trying to fight crime? I just thought this was actually kind of insane. I can't imagine that was, you know, they're going to use a live round. I mean, anyway, that was just insanity. Just throwing something in the background to ease our souls a little bit, guys. All right. Anyway, you can check out his content on YouTube, Nick Shirley. I might pull up a video from this event that he did just to show. He was going out and interviewing people, and he honestly, I don't follow him very closely, but he seemed pretty reasonable. Early on in the day, he was just interviewing people at the protest, and they seemed, you know, like nice people. And then I guess later on in the night, you know, that event happened and whatnot. So, but definitely go check out his stuff. You know, I always try to find people that are on the ground out there interviewing people and just kind of like at the places in question. Uncle Joe, I got you. I'm gonna keep an eye on you. Sometimes I have too many mods and the whole screen is blue with mods, and I feel like people don't want to chat because they think they're gonna get silenced. It's a balance. There's a balancing of the chaos, guys, of the force. All right, what do you guys think about this stuff, though? I'm sorry. This is very. It's supposed to be ambient, but it feels like cinematic. The music, sorry. Where are we feeling on this, though? Yo, Jim, welcome back to the chat. You said Trump's administration meets 14 of the 14 tenets of fascism. Well, I mean, you know, I gotta ask, could you name 5 of them? You know, I'm all about pulling up the sources and trying to run down our little rabbit holes here. I'll give you some time to do that. But let's check out, I guess, a couple minutes of this video here. I've only seen bits and pieces of it, but I was really enjoying it. But Nick Shirley, that's the guy we just saw the clip from.
Here are the Antifa of Portland, all in black.
You come back, I'm gonna fucking smoke you, dude.
Really?
Yes.
You have a sniper lasered on you right now. Stop it.
We're Portland. This is our mother. Keep it weird.
Portland is set to erupt right now. You have thousands of people out here protesting here in the streets of Portland, Oregon. Donald Trump has said this is war ravage and is sending into the streets of Oregon the federal government, and has said the feds can use full force against Antifa, who is now declared as a terrorist organization. Right now you have thousands of people here on the streets yelling, "Fight back" to the federal government. And here in Portland, Oregon, you have an ICE detention facility center that has been occupied by Antifa and protesters for more than 100 days. And assaults on ICE agents is up 1,000% since Trump took office for his second term. Who knows what will happen here in Portland? We're going to interview some of these
Acid Dust, what's up?
And then we'll be going to that same ICE detention facility center where Antifa has one of their strongholds here in the United States. Antifa is now declared as a terrorist organization. Who knows what will happen? And now let's go hit the streets of Portland, Oregon, go talk to these protesters. So right now...
All right, and this is another one, I guess. Seems like we have a pretty nice mix of people in here. Antifa. Okay, I was asking this question yesterday because a lot of people came to chat and they were like, hey, Antifa is not an organization, so you can't really designate it a terrorist organization. I'm like, okay, so what is Antifa, right? So are there any Antifa people here that can just enlighten me on the lore, the tenets, the procedures? But I guess it's not, but you couldn't because it's not an organization, right? Because if it's not an organization, then you wouldn't have those things. So I guess my question is it's like, well, what is the overall message of it, right? Because I mean, it's an idea that people are coming around. So what are the tenets of the idea, right? Anyway, sorry, yeah.
Of Oregon, chanting, "Troops in Oregon, we say no."
Jim, I feel like I was going back and forth with you about this yesterday, actually. I'm pretty sure it was you.
Ho ho. Governor Bash, what's your message to Donald Trump for sending the feds into Portland?
I had a press conference today. There's a statement online.
Well, could you give us one right now?
No, we can fill you in later. Thank you.
Oh, come on, Governor Bash. Is this what democracy looks like? All right, the governor will not give a statement. Now they're chanting, whose streets? Our streets. What do you guys think about the feds coming into Portland?
It's wrong. It's completely wrong.
They say this is the stronghold of Antifa here in the United States, Portland, Oregon. Is Antifa a terrorist, do you think?
No, because anti-fascism is an ideology.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so Jim, forget about it. Okay, we got the guy over here explaining it. I got this. I'm loving it. See, I love when I ask a question and the thing that we're watching, boom, pops up. There's somebody answering the question. It's like synchronicity. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Stronghold of Antifa here in the United States, Portland, Oregon. Is Antifa a terrorist, do you think?
No, because anti-fascism is an ideology.
Okay.
It's not one thing you can attribute. If
Sure.
anti-fascists are showing up against your administration, what does that say about your admin?
And here...
Now let me get this straight. Fascism is a bad thing. So if you're an anti-fascist and you're against somebody, that means that the person that you're against is a bad person. So guys, I'm going to make a group. I'm going to call it the good people, okay? And we're going to go out and basically we could do anything because we're the good people. And if somebody opposes us, well, they must not be the good people. They must be bad people. So that's kind of my issue with sort of his response to it, which is kind of like the response I've been getting, I feel. Because you can't, it's like you're going out and saying, we're the good guy group. So anytime we show up to protest something, that means that the other group is bad. And it's like, well, that's kind of ridiculous, right? Now, of course, I want to be fair. So that was a snippet of somebody being interviewed randomly. So obviously we got to take all these little things with a grain of salt, right? I'm not going to lie. I don't follow this person's content. Recently found him and everything, but I'm going to, assume good faith. Seems like a nice dude. And we're going to continue.
Do you think the feds are needed to take down Antifa?
Doesn't look like it to me. I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
Do you think Antifa is a terrorist organization?
I don't think Antifa plays any role in it whatsoever. Where's Antifa? Are they here? I don't know who they are. I'm just a proud American veteran who is fighting fascism. What's happening in our government is wrong. It's anti-American, and any patriotic American should be out here just demonstrating against what's happening.
The largest and most known fascist in world history is Hitler. Where would you rank Trump?
If you look at the first 2 or 3 years of Hitler's rise to power, he did not imprison as many people as Trump has.
So Trump's imprisoned more people than Hitler in his first 2 or 3 years?
Yeah, exactly.
That's an interesting, I'm going to have to look that one up. That's an interesting one.
3,000 people a day? That's far less than were imprisoned during the first 2 years of Hitler in Nazi Germany.
Do you think bringing in the feds was necessary here to Portland?
No.
What do you guys think about Antifa, him declaring Antifa as a terrorist organization?
I think it demonstrates that he doesn't know what Antifa is.
Because these people here are anti-fascist, but the idea of Antifa as an organization, is that such a thing?
No, it would be like saying MAGA is a terrorist organization.
Okay. I kind of like that as an argument. It's like, okay, if Antifa is just an idea, or, anti-fascism is just an idea that people are gathering around, then could you not say that MAGA is an idea that people are gathering around? But could you ever make, but I guess you could, no, but you could make MAGA a terrorist organization, like, right? If there was a bunch of people out running around saying they were MAGA, they did a bunch of crazy stuff or whatever, or just whomever in power was like, hey, they're terrorists, I guess you could technically label them as terrorists, right? But that's any group of people. I feel like any group with a any group of people with a label, you could say are terrorists, right? Am I crazy?
That MAGA is not an organization in the way that Antifa is not an organization. It's incoherent.
And Trump has said this is war-ravaged Portland. Is this a war-ravaged city?
Show me where the war is. Point to it.
Not war-ravaged during the Black Lives Matter.
I do have to say, it does look very peaceful.
Either I was part of a Buddhist group, and we would go out at about 5 o'clock in the evening in Chapman Square, where at night there would be all the stuff going on. We would do peaceful walks, Never a problem. No one bothered us. We would see people setting up for the nighttime stuff.
Yo, he's crazy.
If this is war,
you said yes, but organized by funding and structure is the difference. Now I've heard this. Like, people say there are protesters, there are antagonists. In fact, we were asking people in chat, I think yesterday, how much are you guys getting paid out there? Right? Are there any paid protesters in chat? I'm just curious. We're collecting data. This is a survey. But no, people are saying that somebody is funding the unrest, essentially. Somebody is paying for people to go out, protest, maybe even cause destruction. I'm not saying this. I'm saying this is like what the, the internet, right? You're sifting through it.
war ravaged, like I said, all wars should look like this, is my fervent prayer.
Do I look like a domestic terrorist to you? I'm a boomer. I'm a septuagenarian, and Donald Trump thinks I'm a threat to America. What's he smoking? He's a total fascist.
Ma'am, you're moving pretty quick for a boomer. Look at you. You got your polling and everything.
That's right. Got to move when you have to. You know, I got to sit back for a few years taking it easy, but now it's not the time. We have to fight for everything we can get.
Are you part of Antifa?
Oh, yeah, right. Am I against fascism? Hell yeah, but it's not an organization. It's a philosophy. It's an ideology. It's just an excuse, a pretext for the government to find a way to invade our cities.
And that's the dangerous thing, right? Is any group could be labeled as a terrorist organization, right? All you have to do is infiltrate it with an agent, have that agent do something terrible, make it look like the group did that and supports that, and boom, you could label them a terrorist organization. So that's the scary part about just, throwing that label around for everybody. She seems like she's probably a nice woman, right? I kind of could appreciate the fact that she's out there doing her thing, right? I hope I'm as active when I'm that age and everything. So I could appreciate it. I like to think most people, we're all on the same side, or we have the same core principles, and we disagree about how to get there. Well, what utopia or a better world looks like, and then how to get there, right? There's a few different things mixed in here, but I like to think we're all sort of mostly kind of on the same page, right? It's like we all want to just live our lives, have food, place to live, everybody around us be, happy and healthy. And, we all kind of want that, right? Not to be bothered, I don't know. I could be wrong. There could be just a bunch of people that are like, no, in chat. No, that's not what I want. I want people to suffer. I just don't think there's a lot of people that want people to suffer. You have to care a lot about other people to want people to suffer. You know what I mean? If you think about it.
So you're not a terrorist?
No.
I don't think you look like a terrorist, ma'am.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, obviously, I don't think this lady's a terrorist, right?
No, not lately.
But see, I appreciate this. He seems to be giving a nice, fair shake here. Now, again, I'm new to his content, but he seems to be giving a nice, fair shake. I like this, guys. Real quick, just so, boom. Nick Shirley on YouTube. I think he's on X and everything else too. That's where we first caught his clip. But be sure to check him out and all that if you enjoy his content and everything. I think we're gonna listen to a little bit more. I just wanted to see sort of the daytime out there, what people are like.
You're moving too quick with the walker to be a terrorist.
Yeah, totally.
So these people right here are anti-fascist. That's an ideology. But the group of Antifa is different. That's who Donald Trump has declared as terrorists.
Right.
The organization of Antifa, the group of people that receive funding from groups to then go out and incite political violence against their opposition, as they are part of the group of and the organization of Antifa. Most of these people just have the ideology of being anti-fascist, which is not a bad thing. Nobody
Exactly. Anti-fascist in and of itself is a good thing.
supports fascism, and nobody wants violence or nobody wants a fascist dictator here in the United States. But the difference is between these people and Antifa is an organization who have now been declared as terrorists.
Now they say that, so are there documents? Is there evidence of money flowing to people and to groups to go out there and do these things? Because it seems like to, designate them and say, hey, that's a group, they're being funded, that you would have some sort of evidence, right? Or am I crazy? Yeah, so I'm saying she's just living life, you know what I mean? I think everybody out there, or no, okay, not everybody, right? Some people are terrible, but most of the people out there are probably fine people living their life, and they think they're fighting for the right thing, just like people that oppose, you know, in the chat here, whomever. Y'all think you're fighting for the right thing.
These people, these old boomers right here, are not terrorists. They have the ideology of being anti-fascist, and they believe Trump is a king and a...
But you said watch at 9:40? All right, 9:40. I just want to make sure you guys, you know, if you enjoy this, you know, you go check it out, give it a like and all that good stuff. Don't want to like go through this whole entire video here, so we'll jump ahead here. 9:40.
Down, here we go. It looks like right now we have a counter-protester going at it with some of the people. Here we go. What do you think about these protesters?
I've been documenting this for 3.5 months every day, calling them domestic terrorists. And Trump finally labeled them as domestic violent terrorist organization, like I've been, and I have the record of it. Get the back.
What?
Yeah, my name is Lavelle Howard. You want the real name?
What?
Yeah, how much medication are you on? Yeah, look at what's wrong with you?
Did I miss something? We went from 0 to 101 right there, real quick. I'm sorry. Let me just run it back.
Terrorist organization, like I've been, and I have the record of it. Get the back. You're on too much. Yeah, my name is Lavelle Howard. You want the real name? Thank you. Yeah, how much medication are you on?
What?
Yeah, look at what's wrong with you? You guys are mentally ill.
Would you say these people are mentally ill?
Yeah, they're mentally ill. They're on.
You're mentally ill. Would you say that these people are mentally ill? Yes. Yes, I would. That's just, I don't know. That's hilarious. I'm sorry.
You guys are mentally ill.
Would you say these people are mentally ill?
Yeah, they're mentally ill. Look at all my videos.
I'm sorry. That was just funny.
They're all getting drunk. They're all on.
Oh, God. I'm dying here, guys. Sorry.
That's why they're going to get hit with conspiracy charges, RICO charges, domestic terrorist charges, and the leader is Chandler. He lives in a building right over here. He's the leader. I've interviewed him 10 times. The funny joke is everybody poops at Chandler's. Everybody does poop at Chandler's.
What?
That's what they do because he lets all the Antifa members go to his house and they have parties. They get drunk. This is what they do. They pay them.
Okay, I don't know about any of this, guys. But I've met some people like this guy. This guy might be telling 100% facts. We're going to have to fact check this. But I've met people that ride around on bicycles and they tell you these stories. Okay, I've run into these folk myself. It's really interesting. It's like a really weird side quest.
To come out, they pay homeless people to get drunk out here. So it's an organization. It really is an organization where there's plans being made. People are getting paid. People have places to go and shower and bathe. So it's an organization.
People have said Antifa is not an organization. Do you believe it's an organization?
100%.
And are these people dangerous?
Very dangerous. Most of them are they're on a lot of medication. They get very violent. You know, it's crazy how violent it gets, especially at night. It's gonna really pick up tonight. As soon as it gets dark, they feel like they can get away with the law, breaking the law. This is a third world country. At nighttime, I've been chased down these tracks.
Wait, hold up. Yo, Brock, welcome. Yo, you're saying he's got a channel? Yo. Okay, we're gonna check that out. You said Valley Ray. Is that, you're saying it's this guy? Where's my mouse? Where's my cursor? This guy.
Shit's happened, bro.
I'm gonna pull it up. Oh, dude, that is so cool. All right, guys. We're going deeper in the rabbit hole. All right, hold up.
You can be here just as much as you can be here, motherfucker.
That is true. We do have the right to be here.
You guys don't run shit, motherfucker.
That is true. We do have the right to be here.
You actually do not, according to the federal police.
Wait, what?
Portland Police Bureau.
You bring the whole family out today?
Yeah, I try and teach my children important things, and I think it's important not to deport people that are just living their lives and being families here, not doing anything wrong.
Well, what do you hope message gets portrayed to the federal government today?
I don't think any message will get through to them today. I just hope they realize that we're going to stand up and fight for our community, that we love each other and we will protect each other as this car tries to run through people.
I mean, she's trying to drive. Man, that would be just, could you imagine you turn onto a street and all of a sudden you're like, whoa, what the hell? And you're like, all right, and I'm just gonna kind of, must be a gathering or something. There must be some food trucks here or something. And you're rolling, you see people with signs, you're like, oh, okay. And then all of a sudden you're surrounded and they're not letting you move, and you're like, damn it. And they're calling you shit, and you're like, bro, I'm just driving home.
This lady's trying to get through the streets. They're not letting her through. Oh, they're not letting her through. Tesla privilege right there, baby.
You just say Tesla privilege? Bro, stop.
They're not letting her through right now. And now everyone's saying she needs to back up. This lady right here saying it's illegal for her to be coming through here. The police are stepping in.
Okay, guys, you're gonna have to follow. Go check out Nick Shirley, all right? Boom, he's out there. He's on the ground. He's putting his, he's putting his neck out there. So respect for that. I subscribed. I'm gonna be checking back with him. But yo, Brock just put me on to the bicycle dude. So I'm gonna go ahead and sub to him. This is Valley Ray. Oh, I'm so curious. So he does live. Okay, you say he does live streams. All right. Hold up. Wait, can you guys see my screen? Hold up. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Oh, he hasn't done one for a couple days though, or a few days. What does it say though? All right, his description: documentary and history research on Portland, Oregon, and the world in real life. Fair use, educational purpose only. Yeah, wow. All right, I just want to see real quick.
Live, homie.
Yo, what?
That life. All you guys, if you about that life, run up in the building. If you guys are about the life, run up in the building. I don't want to go here. Run up in the building. No, I'm not going.
Oh, I think I've seen this dude on live. Yo, I'm so glad I found his stuff. Okay, guys, we're subbing. We subbed already, guys. We're gonna go ahead and like that one. All right, check him out. This is Valley Ray.
I'll just turn it around.
He did a trick. Look at you. That's a good boy. You're just like 424. You fucking rookie.
You like fail out of everything, and that's why you're pissed.
So what's your problem with these protests out here today?
Subscribe to Valley Ray on YouTube. Born and raised in Portland, Oregon. Other people like Nick come to my city and get content off my city. It's all good. We all risk our lives out here. Nice to meet you, bro.
Nice to meet you too.
Valley Ray.
Bam. Guys. Hold up, where's it at? Valley Ray. Again, another one. I'm just putting you guys on, all right? Hold up. So, people were telling me it's super peaceful out there. Of course, during the day, it does look peaceful, I suppose. However, at night, it does look a little bit... It reminds me of the BLM stuff, honestly. During the day, I remember watching all the street cams and everything. During the day, I keep hitting this freaking pop filter, but during the day, everything was sweet. And then at night, it just seemed like there was a little craziness at times.
Welcome back to the Takeout. It has been described as a processing issue.
Hold on.
I'm not sure what that means, but it has delayed deployment of the National Guard troops to Portland. But they're still going to arrive because President Trump has ordered them to go to Portland. Democratic Congresswoman Andrea Salinas joins me now from Capitol Hill. She represents Oregon's 6th Congressional District, which, if you look up, is just to the south and the west of Portland and very near Portland. Congresswoman, I'm glad you're here. What is your knowledge?
Long, welcome. You said you took a Tylenol earlier. Hold up, where are you at? You took a Tylenol earlier and now colors are numbers. Okay, dude. How many colors am I holding up? All right. Welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you.
How soon they will arrive in Portland?
Well, we are challenging President Trump's order to bring in the National Guard. So we believe that it could be delayed by a couple of days. And it sounds like the Attorney General has a case that could be heard as early as Friday. So the National Guard right now is, it sounds like, in Salem, but could be as close as Milwaukee, not exactly in Portland right now. But honestly, President Trump does not have a case to move the National Guard into Portland.
CBS News has reviewed lots of Justice Department federal filings, and it reveals that 8 cases...
Oh, my fault, y'all. Man, there's a lot of little settings here. Bam. All right, I don't want to, I'm warning you, I'm going to hit play and it might be a lot louder, okay? Giving you a second here. All right, cool. I'm not going to blow out your eardrums.
Of assaults against law enforcement outside the ICE facility in Portland. And some of these are rather serious assault cases. And it is on this basis that the administration is saying that there is some form of lawlessness that must be addressed. Do you agree with that sentiment, separate from the National Guard deployment question?
The Portland Police
No worries.
Bureau,
Appreciate the look.
as well as the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office and the state police, have all testified that they have...
Cheers. Cheers. I do want to check the poll real quick. Because we were even. This is crazy. Yeah, no, so how's the current admin doing? I like the even split. I like an even chaos. That's great. Or sorry, they're great, 46%. They're terrible, 42%. Not sure yet, 12%. Beautiful. You said, look up on Google, 50 plus boats being tracked, going to Gaza, many intercepted, all on YouTube Live. All right.
Have local law enforcement under control, including that which takes place at the Portland ICE facility in Portland. And so I would assume that those three agencies would not lie to the federal government and would attest that they have things under control. And if
would you be able to give me a quick synopsis of this? I mean, I'm looking right now.
they were to need help, they would ask for it. And so given that they have assured us, they have assured the governor, they've assured the congressional delegation that they feel comfortable with their own abilities, I feel very comfortable with that.
Okay, basically, CBS guys, I think you've heard of them before. You know, go check them out for their coverage. You know, it sounds like, you know, this lady's saying Trump has no reason to put the National Guard there or whatever. So there you go. But what is this, Brock? They're trying to get Gaza to give aid. Sorry, they're trying to get to Gaza to get aid. I don't have a lot of context here, guys. We're free flowing right now, okay? There's no sound on this. Give me a sec. Okay, there is sound on this. I lied.
But it still seems to be como diferente.
The sound is very choppy, so I'm gonna like mute that for a second. Okay, sorry. Hey, like I said, we're live flowing right now, okay? Wait, Brock, are you in the Discord? If you're in the Discord, drop me a link. If not, guys, boom, join the Discord. Keep the conversation going. All right, hold up. I'm gonna throw some music on. I'm gonna keep looking through stuff. All right, here we go. There we go. I mean, I need to get caught up to speed. I'm not caught up to speed here.
Other news to get to today, including new developments in just the last hour or so, where Israeli troops have started intercepting this flotilla. I want to show you a live look. These are the boats that left, that are basically tried to head toward Gaza to try to bring aid. A symbolic amount of aid, but aid to Gaza. And on board, Greta Thunberg, the high-profile activist. Israel's foreign ministry is now out.
That is random.
With some of this video.
Is it?
Just the last couple of minutes showing Thunberg. There she
I thought
is.
she was on the whole saving the earth from the global warmings and whatnot.
As she's being transferred to an Israeli port. Israel says she and, in their words, her friends are safe and healthy. Other activists sending out this message as all of this was going down not too long ago.
If you are watching us this video, it's because we have been attacked or abducted by the Israeli forces, and we ask for you to ask for your government to release us or to make something to keep this tripulation safe.
We know Israel had asked that group of boats to change course because it said they were getting close to what they call an active combat zone. They had already warned that no boats could get into Gaza because of a blockade to prevent Hamas from bringing in weapons by sea. We've got our Richard Engel, who's following all of this for us.
Am I crazy? I mean, guys, I'm dipping my toes here. But couldn't they search the boats and then be like, okay, you know, there's no weapons here, let them through, it's just aid.
You've been watching everything going down with this flotilla. It's not the first time that we've seen, right, something like this be intercepted, right?
No, it is not. In fact, Greta Thunberg tried to do this earlier this summer, was detained, the ship stopped, she was taken to an Israeli port and then later deported.
Are you saying they don't have jurisdiction?
This time, she and other activists tried it again with a much larger flotilla, about 40 boats, 41 boats, roughly 500 activists on board. And as they were getting closer and closer to the Gaza coast, they had hoped to arrive in Gaza tomorrow. They were encountering problems. First, they were hit by a drone. They blamed Israel for that. And then last night, the ships were circled, they said, by also the Israeli Navy. And they said that the Israeli Navy, as while circling the ships, launched a cyber attack, damaging their communications, limiting their ability to communicate. Apparently, however, that was restored because today, when they were ultimately intercepted, and that has been confirmed by the Israeli Foreign Ministry, they were broadcasting out, or some of the ships were broadcasting out live streaming messages. And one of the activists put out on X what he was seeing and what he was experiencing.
They are currently hailing our vessels, telling us to turn off our engines and await further instructions, or our boats will be seized and face the consequences.
So as you mentioned, this was just a symbolic amount of aid that they were carrying, but the point was to engage in civil disobedience, to break.
Wait, a symbolic? It sounded like a lot of people. A symbolic form of aid.
The blockade, which they consider illegal. Yeah. They knew, or there was a high expectation that they would be stopped. At one stage, they had an escort from the Italian Navy, but the Italian Navy didn't escort them as they got very close to the Gaza shoreline, and the Italian Navy made it clear that it had never had any intention of engaging militarily.
Again, dipping my toes in here. If you wanted to do humanitarian work in Gaza, how would you go about doing that? Would you contact Israel and say, hey, letting you know, we're going to be coming in there with some supplies. You can check our supplies and everything, but please, you know, don't blow us up. We're just going in there to, you know, give humanitarian aid. Is there some way you could sort of structure it, or is there somewhere you would go to talk to somebody to try to set something like that up? Because it does seem like just kind of, again, I'm dipping my toes in, you know, I'm learning with y'all here. Just kind of trying to show up there without telling anybody would probably cause issues, right?
Against Israeli forces.
So what is the current status of getting additional aid to the people who need it in Gaza?
There we go. So you guys are so succinct. Official channels. That's what I mean. Like, there must be some sort of official channels, right? Because isn't there a lot of aid that kind of goes to Gaza? I imagine there must be something, right, that you could.
Well, this flotilla is not going to be one of those methods. Right now, everything is suspended at the moment. People are waiting to see Hamas's response to President Trump's peace initiative.
No, there shouldn't be too much censorship in the chat. Let me see. Let me get my moderation view up. Yo, mods, are you guys going crazy? It doesn't seem like they're doing anything. Oh yeah, so guys, if your message does not appear up there on the screen, that means that you probably typed in something that YouTube doesn't like. So you're gonna have to figure that one out, retype your message in a way that YouTube, you know, finds acceptable, and then we'll all be able to see your message. But if there's no little note that says, hey, so and so, you know, got rid of your message, then chances are that's a YouTube thing. Can't really control that, unfortunately.
President Trump yesterday gave Hamas 3 or 4 days to accept or deny his latest initiative, a 20-point plan that would force Hamas to lay down.
But then again, maybe you guys are saying some crazy stuff. I don't know. If you guys are trying to expose the Matrix in the chat, you might be putting all of us in danger. All right?
on its weapons, release the hostages.
And us with the red pill, blue pill in chat.
Immediately in exchange for Israel stopping the war and eventually, at a time of Israel's choosing, pulling back its troops from the Gaza Strip. But there is a persistent shortage of aid that has been denounced by dozens and condemned by dozens of aid agencies.
Richard, before we let you go, any indication on timeline here from when Hamas may show their cards as to the response here to this proposal from the president and from Israel?
Perales, you said there's cases of Israeli forces destroying their own aid trucks to Palestine. And you're saying that they're doing this, you know, out of spite, essentially. They're trying to, or maybe not out of spite. Is there some sort of strategic, well, one, are they doing it? Yes or no, right? So that's like one thing, but let's assume they're doing it. Okay. Why are they doing it? Is it to put pressure on the people there to try to, you know, gain some sort of leverage? Or is it, you know, a hateful act, right? I am just not well versed enough in this stuff, right? This is me, you know, I'm dipping my toes in because it's like, it always comes up. I'm learning slowly here.
No indication. There have been several Hamas officials who've been speaking on background to different news agencies, expressing their displeasure with this agreement, saying that it's too vague, saying that it doesn't uphold Palestinian rights and Palestinian principles.
Look, guys, I mean, this is, I'm pretty sure every now and then, so a message won't come up there, but it'll come up on one of my sides, right? On one of my screens. But I'm pretty sure that if it doesn't show up there, most of the time we're not going to see it. I'm pretty sure. So it's just a decent way to add some sort of transparency, because it's frustrating when people are sending a message and they're like, well, why is nobody responding to me? Or, you know, I do try to respond to messages, but sometimes it's just too much. But yeah, it gives a little bit more transparency.
But they are under a tremendous amount of pressure because many Arab and Muslim states have accepted this deal. Even the Pope today appeared to endorse it. So if they do reject the deal, they would be somewhat of an outlier and could, in fact, be blamed for the intensified war that Israel and President Trump are promising will come if they reject the deal.
Richard Engel, live for us in Jerusalem with plenty to watch in the hours ahead. Richard, thank you.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top.
Yeah, I need to make a little note of that so you guys know. You know, people a lot of times accuse me or something and be like, "Oh, you're censoring chat." It's like, no, the whole point of this chat is actually not to be censored. That's the whole point, is to have different views and stuff. So it's a frustrating thing when people feel as though they're being censored for their views, and I'm like, I have no power over this. All right. So I'm gonna get something up on the screen in the future just to let everybody know, I guess, or something. Do. Well, now I know why I had it turned down. Okay. Yeah, we're trying to break that mold here, or really build bridges. I mean, you know, some people come in here and they just want to, you know, you just want to fight, and I get that. Rolling around the mud could be fun and everything. I just think it's funny when people are like, "Oh, you're this way or that way." I'm like, yeah, you're missing the forest for the tree, my good sir or ma'am. Cast thy bread. Y'all be having me look up the craziest stuff. Funny enough, it wants to pre-populate Taylor Swift. All right. Do re mi fa so. Okay, sorry. Overview. Operation Cast Thy Bread was a top secret biological warfare operation conducted by the Haganah, not sure if that's how you say it, and later the Israel Defense Forces, which began in April 1948 during the 1948 Palestine War. The Haganah use typhoid bacteria to contaminate drinking water wells in violation of the 1925 Geneva Protocol. So you're saying that this group that predates the Israel Defense Force, the IDF, basically did some biological warfare. That's not good. I would say that's not a good thing, right? Yeah, I'd say that's bad. Sending a link to Discord stream chat about Gaza aid trucks being burned. All right, cool. Join the Discord to drop your links. It makes my life easier. Wait, you said I usually swipe down and then up to see if I'm being censored. Ah. So you're saying if you type your message, send it, swipe down, swipe back up to the stream, that if your message isn't there, then it's probably censoring you. I see your message. Okay. All right, hold up. Let me just pull NBC off the screen because it's kind of freaking me out. Having the mainstream news on my screen too long, it just, you know, makes me feel uncomfortable. But they're really good at getting the info too, you know. Everybody has their strengths. But what you sent me, let me see here. This is coming from the Palestine Chronicle. Israel destroys over 1,000 aid trucks as Gaza faces catastrophic famine. Israeli army admits to destroying vast stockpiles of food and medicine meant for Gaza as starvation deaths rise and global outage mounts. In a stark escalation of humanitarian crisis in the besieged Gaza Strip, the Israeli Broadcasting Corporation has confirmed that the Israel military destroyed tens of thousands of relief packages, including large quantities of food and medicine intended for the enclave's starving population. Citing Israeli military sources, the report revealed that more than 1,000 truckloads of humanitarian aid were deliberately destroyed. The same sources admitted, quote, "There are thousands of parcels left under the sun, and if they are not transported to Gaza, we will be forced to destroy them," unquote. Despite mounting international pressure to facilitate aid delivery, the Israeli authorities claim the destruction was due to alleged failures in the, quote, aid distribution mechanism within Gaza. The move has triggered widespread condemnation as it comes amid what humanitarian experts and international organizations are calling an unprecedented famine. The entire population of the Gaza Strip, over 2.3 million people, have been pushed to the brink of survival by over 21 months of war, siege, and deliberate starvation policies. I'm sorry, I don't know why I can't read all of a sudden. All right. So according to this source, who's sourcing other sources, but according to this, Israel did what you were saying they did. They, you know, destroyed the trucks, right? Seems like. But also they're saying, well, no, that's not really the case. That's what this source is saying. But they were saying, well, no, there was a breakdown logistically somewhere in the distribution in Gaza, and that's really why there's, you know, this shortage of food or whatever, or aid. But you're saying, okay, there was some sort of strategic advantage to them, you know, starving out the population, right? Yeah, that's messed up. If that's the case, if this is what they're doing, I don't love it. Reports from inside Gaza describe an increasingly grim reality. people surviving on animal feed, grass, or nothing at all. Displaced families now rely on potato peels, scavenged weeds, or flour made from dried corn husks, as access to basic foodstuffs has all but collapsed. In hospitals and shelters, doctors report rising deaths from malnutrition, particularly among children, the elderly, and those with chronic illnesses. Now, who's from Canada? You said you think the country's on the edge of losing its democracy. Moving through chat here, sorry. You're like, sky footage of Gaza is hauntingly similar to the leveling of Warsaw. Being Polish, my lineage has seen these tactics before. Are you from Poland? Out of curiosity. You say trying too hard to be fair. I like that. That's a good accusation. I'm trying too hard to be fair. The fence sitter. I like to think of myself outside of it all. Just kind of chilling outside of a black hole, you know? But I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's a contentious issue. It comes up in chat quite a bit. People are always quite up in arms about it. I'm just so disconnected from it. And I'm not sure. It just seems like the history goes back. There's a lot of context. There's a lot of nuance. There's obviously a lot of different interests involved as well. Yeah, I mean, that's the issue, is I don't really feel like Israel doesn't really, like you say Israel, it doesn't really feel, I don't feel one way or the other, you know? You say Palestine, I don't really feel one way or the other. It's just kind of, they're places I've never been to. I don't really know that much about personally. I know that there's conflict, right? Obviously that's bad. That would be very good if there was no conflict, but I don't know all of the, you know, interwoven nuances of the politics of the region, the geopolitics. There we go. But then it's like, well, is it Gaza? Is it Palestine, or is it Hamas, right? Because then people say, well, no, it's Hamas. You know, it's not. Obviously, it's not the people, right? They're fighting against Hamas. So like one side is no, Israel's committing a genocide. The other side says, no, that's not the case. Israel is fighting with Hamas, and in fighting with Hamas, there are civilian casualties or collateral damage or whatever euphemistic language you want to use. Innocent people are dying, right? This music, I'm sorry, it's melting me. Hold on. No, stop, please. Okay, whew. Please. There we go. This will work a little better. No, I get. So yeah, America just funds Israel. I get that part, right? Let me turn down the music. I'm sorry. Just get these settings right here. All right.
It's perhaps.
All right. I gotta, I'm gonna dip my toes in today. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. Now, everybody's gonna be, oh, get a different source, this, that, and the third. But I'm gonna pull this up. I'm gonna give this thing a shot. All right. This is Gaza. All right. One of the most complicated places on earth. That's the name of the video. I'm not seeing this. I just typed in, history of Gaza. All right. So this is coming from Places. Never heard of them. But it looks like a documentary type video on this stuff. You guys could argue the specifics of this, but I just need to gather information. Okay. So I need to start somewhere. So I'm going to start here.
It's known to you as a byword for conflict, for being the epicenter of some of the most brutal and it's perhaps known to you as a byword for conflict, for being the epicenter of some of the most brutal and consistent fighting episodes which have engulfed the Middle East in recent years. The small territory of Gaza has rarely left the news for much of the past 3 decades, featuring front and center in both Palestinian uprisings against Israel, the first and second Intifada, becoming the stronghold of the Islamist militant group Hamas in the early 2000s, being the site of the long-term captivity of Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit not long after, and later becoming known for its extensive underground network of militant tunnels and the start point of the horrendous ongoing Gaza war between Hamas and Israel. Amidst its long connection to warfare and paramilitary activity, there are several things which have perhaps escaped the close attention that they warranted. For one, the appalling economic and humanitarian conditions to which the inhabitants of this...
You said, when was this video posted? This was 10 months ago. But again, I mean, there's a lot of information I need to catch up on, obviously, right? So I'm just, again, giving myself something to work with here. But again, guys, boom, link to the Discord in the, if this link doesn't work in chat, the link's in the description as well, I believe. But you could drop your links there. It makes it a little bit easier for me. But yeah.
A strip of land have been exposed to for generations, and for another, the extremely long and complicated history of this region, which is known to be continuously inhabited by humans for some 4,000 years. So today on Places, we thought we'd look into Gaza, its history, its troubles and strife, and attempt to piece together at least a part of the long history of this place, currently enduring one of the greatest hardships known to any place on Earth. The history of what became Gaza is as old as it is contrived, and competing narratives have resulted in its actual origin stories becoming rather murky. What is known as the region of what became Gaza was inhabited by the Semitic-speaking Canaanite people thousands of years ago. The history of human habitation in the area stretches as far back as 3,000 years BCE, in other words, around 50 centuries ago. One of the earliest settlements in the entire Gaza Strip is believed to have been a Canaanite site known as Tel as-Sakan, located on the Wadi Gaza, a river which runs across northern Gaza from the Mediterranean Sea. This site was discovered shortly after the First Intifada in 1994. Unfortunately, excavation has proved difficult due to the periodic fighting, which has engulfed the area before and after its discovery.
That's a shame.
The site was partially bulldozed by Hamas in 2017 and later bombed to smithereens by Israel in 2023. Regrettably, this lethal combination is a trend which has affected most of Gaza's oldest and most historic sites and has made determination of the area's origins particularly difficult. It is sadly likely that many other remnants of ancient habitation from the area will not have outlived the bombing of the ongoing Israel-Hamas war. Thus, the facts surrounding the civilizations which once lived in the area, beyond the few facts already established, may remain obscure and open to competing historical narratives. But among the many civilizations which controlled the area after the ancient Canaanites were the ancient Egyptians, the Philistine people, the Greeks...
No, I appreciate that, Christopher. And I'll be doing, deeper research and everything. This is more just, again, sort of like getting your feet wet. I don't know how else to put it. Getting a general sort of synopsis. Sort of some bullet points to just be able to hook into, right? Obviously, people are going to have their flavor or their spin. Even if somebody's trying to be unbiased, I mean, your worldview and what you consider biased or unbiased or fair and not fair or what have you is going to be painted by your experiences. So I'm going to try to, you know, gather as much info, you know, from different sources as possible. I tend to take information from different sources and think on it, right? That's what I tend to do. But yeah.
Under Alexander the Great, Bedouin tribes, the Ptolemaic Egyptians, the Romans, the Byzantines, various other Arab civilizations, the Ottomans, the Egyptians, the British, the Egyptians again, the modern state of Israel and Palestinian Authority, and finally, the Palestinian Arabs themselves under its current governing organization of Hamas. Deep breath. By the time Hamas took power in 2007, the Palestinian Arabs have been the majority population in the region of Gaza for centuries, although their exact origins remain disputed by many, with some seeing them as the direct descendants of the historical Canaanites, others as ancestors of the Philistines, from where the term Palestine originates, and yet more conjecture beyond that. What is known, however, is that the first Arab civilization to dominate the area was the Nabateans in the 1st century CE, and the region was Islamized in the 7th century following its conquest by the army of the Rashidun Caliphate in the year 637. Following this, many of its existing religious structures became mosques, including the Cathedral of John the Baptist, itself previously a temple dedicated to the Philistine deity of Dagon, and which in turn became the Great Mosque of Gaza. Sadly, this mosque was mostly destroyed in the ongoing war, like many others have been. Now, for much of the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries, control over Gaza was held by the Ottoman Empire. During this time, the area remained culturally influenced by nearby Egypt and was briefly occupied by Egyptian forces previously belonging to the Ottoman army, when these went rogue against their allies in 1832. By the early 20th century, however, the Ottoman Empire was weak and crumbled following defeat at the hands of the Triple Entente in the First World War. In 1916, as the war raged, Britain and France worked out the so-called Sykes-Picot Agreement, which would divide Ottoman possessions in the Middle East and Levant into British and French-controlled spheres of influence. Although Sykes-Picot was, for the most part, abandoned before the conclusion of the war...
Okay, are there any major contentions with this, guys? You said, because, yo, Christopher, I know you got some research on it. That's what I could do, too. I could pause here, and then you guys could be like, wait a second, what he just said, absolutely off, right? Boom, this is going to increase the context even faster. Just reading chat. All right.
Nonetheless, result in some serious consequences for what was then known as...
Said Rachel Corey. Can I copy paste this? Oh, of course I can't. Wait, where's your there we go. Oh, my fault, Joe. My fault. Damn, I'm sorry. It's because when I'm gonna get it fixed. It's when I flip the music on, I turn down the audio, and then I forget to turn it up for videos. But turning up the volume, so hopefully it doesn't blow your ears out.
Is Palestine. The French and the British had agreed that Palestine would become a British possession after the conflict, which was one of the only parts of the agreement which actually came into being. Confusingly, though, the British had also released the Balfour Declaration in order to drum up Jewish support for the war effort, which promised Jewish people a homeland in the Middle East after the war. Sykes-Picot completely screwed the Arab unifying interests of the Sheriff of Mecca, Hussein bin Ali.
Well, real quick then, I want to kind of dive into it a little bit. I mean, again, I'm going to need, I'm sure, a lot of context and everything, but you said, my opinion is not favorable by the people that don't understand the whole subject. It comes down to the pride and egos of the religion. Human life and afterthought or not considered at all. So our current government parties don't punish you for seeking new info. Rough Guide to Hell is the name of the Economist issue. All right, Rough Guide to Hell.
Whose descendants are the Hashemite dynasty ruling the state of Jordan. Bin Ali had been promised by Britain an empire stretching from the southern tip of the Arabian Peninsula all the way up to Syria, including Palestine, in return for his support against the Ottoman forces. Bin Ali's forces had held to the agreement and begun a successful uprising which became known as the Arab Revolt, which helped hasten the defeat of the weakened Ottomans in the Middle East. But Sykes-Picot would cut the territorial spoils of the revolt by a third, and what Bin Ali ultimately ended up with was an even smaller territory still, known as the Hejaz, which was then conquered by the Saud dynasty in 1925, and this led to the establishment of modern-day Saudi Arabia. Relations between the Saudi and Jordanian ruling families have often remained understandably tense ever since. Both Sykes-Picot and the Balfour Declaration...
I got it pulled up, Jamie, it's going to take me a sec. But I typed it in here. I got it on the docket.
Arabia. Relations between the Saudi and Jordanian...
Sorry, I need to... Alright.
Which became known as the Arab Revolt, which helped hasten the defeat of the weakened Ottomans in the Middle East. But Sykes-Picot would cut the territorial spoils of the revolt by a third, and what Bin Ali ultimately ended up with was an even smaller territory still, known as the Hejaz, which was then conquered by the Saud dynasty in 1925, and this led to the establishment of modern-day Saudi Arabia. Relations between the Saudi and Jordanian ruling families have often remained understandably tense ever since. Both Sykes-Picot and the Balfour Declaration dismayed many Arab populations whose aspirations towards self-determination were derailed by both agreements, as well as the Kurds, who were left without a homeland of their own despite their vast population further north. The litany of conflicting agreements eventually led to a 1920 League of Nations proposal known as the British Mandate for Palestine, which ensured British oversight over all of Palestine until 1948. Meanwhile, the Balfour Declaration and rising anti-Semitism in Europe combined
Take care, hey Cam. Yeah, I hope I see you in the future here. Appreciate you for getting sucked in the black hole. I'll probably have a little bit, hopefully, more knowledge on the subject. And we might be able to dive into it more as time goes on, as I'll learn a bit more about it. It's always felt to me like it's going to be such a large undertaking to get enough information to feel strongly that I know something or feel like I might have a clue on this as to what's the correct thing to do. So I have just yet to really dive into it, I guess.
The advance of so-called Zionism saw Jewish immigration to Palestine increase in the years around and after the First World War. The recent arrivals did not get on well with their Arab neighbors at all. The new living arrangements quickly led to a series of atrocities and massacres, beginning with the Battle of Tel Hai in 1921, where 8 Jews and 5 Arabs died, and spiraling further with the Jafar riots that same year, the Hebron massacre in 1929, and many more instances thereafter. In response to the perceived threat posed to them, the Jewish arrivals set up paramilitaries known as the Irgun and Haganah, which in turn committed atrocities against the
Haganah, which we read earlier, was the one that did the, you guys, Operation, the biological warfare one. Something that I read.
Arab Palestinians. The massacres gained pace in the 1930s and 40s with hundreds of Jewish and Arab deaths. This situation was ripe to explode and would only get worse as the years of the mandate wound to a close. In 1948, the British mandate ended and the Arab-Israeli War began. The war ignited on May 15, 1948, when 5 Arab nations invaded territory in the former Palestinian Mandate immediately following the announcement of the independence of the State of Israel the previous day. The 5 countries, Lebanon, Syria, Egypt, Iraq, and Transjordan, began offensives from each side of the territory. Gaza became the focal point of much of the southern theatre of fighting, where Egyptian forces battled Jewish communities and settlers. Gaza had remained largely free from the rising intercommunal violence, although Jewish populations in the area there were small and the area remained, therefore, mostly uniformly Arab. Gaza emerged for the first time as a map-recognized region in 1948, when the UN proposed a clumsy partition plan for Palestine, designating an area, including the modern Gaza Strip and some parts of the Negev Desert, for the Palestinian state. But violence would come to the area soon enough, as the Egyptian army sought to gain a foothold by seeking to overturn strategic Jewish settlements in Gaza and the Negev. Egypt's assault targeted both Kibbutz Kfar Darom, close to Gaza City, and Kibbutz Nirim, which lay 7 kilometers from the modern Gaza Strip, and which would later be the site of a fresh assault by Hamas fighters during the October 7th attacks. But the Egyptians were held off by resolute Jewish defense, and the offensive failed. Kfar Darom was eventually claimed by the Egyptians, who then moved northward through Gaza toward the city of Ashkelon. But the combined Arab armies were unsuccessful in overcoming the Jewish paramilitaries with support from the West and armaments from the Eastern Bloc, and the Arab-Israeli War concluded in March 1949 with the establishment of an independent Israeli state. The territory of the state exceeded that which had been proposed by the UN partition plan, but did not include either the modern West Bank, which came under Jordanian administration, or the Gaza Strip, which emerged for the first time in its current territorial guise, and which for now was under Egyptian control. The consequences of the war for the entire region were absolutely massive. Economically, politically, territorially, everything was affected. Around 750,000 Palestinians became refugees, and many of their former villages in what was now Israel were erased or resettled by Jewish communities.
So at this point, Israel, a state, Gaza, was it Jordan or Egypt? Hold up, sorry. I think it was Egypt, right? And the West Bank was Jordan.
It was under Egypt for the first time in its current Jordanian administration plan, but did not include either the modern West Bank, which came under Jordanian administration, or the Gaza Strip, which emerged for the first time in its current territorial guise, and which for now was under Egyptian control.
All right, so initially under Egyptian control. Okay.
Politically, territorially, everything was affected. Around 750,000 Palestinians became refugees, and many of their former villages in what was now Israel were erased or resettled by Jewish communities. Hundreds of thousands fled to refugee camps in neighboring countries, and many also fled to the West Bank and to Gaza. The Gaza Strip, now a patch of land similar in size to the Caribbean island of Grenada, and with a pre-war population of around 200,000 people, grew incrementally in population size as it entered Egyptian control. This control continued for almost the next 20 years. Alright, now, at this point in the video, it is important to focus on the dire economic consequences that all this upheaval had wrought on the people of Gaza. Perhaps contrary to the perceptions of some, it is not that Gaza was never economically flourishing. British traveller Edward Robinson, writing in the 1830s, described Gaza City as both greater in size than Jerusalem and much more prosperous. But as with any conflict zone, the Arab-Israeli war hit the economic interests of Gaza hard, not least because it now found itself hosting thousands of refugees. To add to this, the Gaza Strip shared a frontier mostly with the State of Israel, with which it had no economic relations. With the Palestinian Authority not yet in existence, the Strip was dependent on the stewardship of Egypt, itself a poor emergent country with its own great challenges in looking after its vast domestic population. Gaza languished in relative impoverishment for most of the 1950s and 60s, during which time peace in the area remained brittle and a new war remained permanently on the horizon. And that's exactly what came on the 5th of June, 1967. That year, as Arab coalition forces amassed for what seemed like a major attack, a preemptive counter by Israel resulted in the Six-Day War and a decisive military victory for Israel. Israeli forces managed to sweep into territory held by neighboring countries, going on to seize the Sinai Desert from Egypt, the Golan Heights from Syria, as well as the symbolically important West Bank and East Jerusalem from Jordan. It also claimed the Gaza symbolic military victory for Israel. Israeli forces managed to sweep into territory held by neighboring countries, going on to seize the Sinai Desert from Egypt, the Golan Heights from Syria, as well as the symbolically important West Bank and East Jerusalem from Jordan. It also claimed the Gaza Strip, which, unlike the Sinai to the east, was not returned to Egypt after the end of hostilities. Gaza was now in Israel's hands. For many Israelis, especially the devout ultra-Orthodox community and religious Zionists, Gaza was a prize. It was part of the biblical lands of Eretz Israel, and also part of the envisioned Jewish state put forward by Theodor Herzl's Zionist organization to the 1919 Paris Peace Conference. Even for moderate and secular Israelis, control of Gaza was highly symbolic. It was, after all, the site of stiff Jewish resistance against Egyptian forces in 1948, such as the famous battles at Kfar Darom. Israel soon began building settlements in Gaza, including the re-establishment of the abandoned Kfar Darom, which became a military outpost and later a kibbutz once more. The settlements became buttresses against Palestinian freedoms and impacted on the liberty of movement of the people of Gaza, as well as their economic interests. However, the Israeli occupation did at least allow Palestinians to take some jobs in Israel under strict conditions. This led to around 44,000 Gazan workers doing so by 1992, according to figures by the Middle East Research and Information Project, with many working illegally or low-paid jobs and having to receive special permits to cross the border every day. This new reality continued for around a quarter of a century, when new hope appeared in 1994 with the signing of the Oslo Accords, which meant that Gaza would now enjoy a relative autonomy under the newly established Palestinian Authority. But that new hope failed to result in economic prosperity of any kind. The conditions in Gaza under the Palestinian Authority did not improve, and perhaps as much as 50% of the Gazan workforce was unemployed by the late 2000s. Gaza became highly dependent on humanitarian aid, which began flowing in from the UN, the US, the European Union, and Palestinian communities abroad. The UN has been involved in the conflict to some degree for much of the last century, and unfortunately, its intervention could be seen as broadly unhelpful. It was the League of Nations, precursor to the UN, which ratified the parameters of the British Mandate for Palestine in 1922, during which very little peace was achieved, and which set a time limit on satisfactory resolution, which ultimately also wasn't achieved. The UN, in one of its first actions as a fully established entity, proposed this mess of a map for a two-state partition of Palestine, a plan which was not accepted by the Palestinians and which may not have worked even if it had been, due to its patchwork nature. The partition plan was roundly abandoned in the wake of the 1948 war. And since 1948, the UN has continuously classified displaced Palestinians as refugees, something that remains the case for their descendants. In other words, even the third generation of displaced Palestinians remain refugees in the eyes of the UN, the only ethnic group in the world for whom this is the case, despite the myriad other conflicts resulting in large amounts of displaced people. The UN's other governing body for refugees, the UNHCR, makes no mention of the transferability of refugee status to descendants in either its 1951 Convention or 1967 Protocol, and allows for the extension of refugee status only to the immediate members of the claimant's family. What this has meant is that persons of Palestinian origin born and raised in nearby countries whose parents were born and raised in those countries can still be officially classified as refugees by UNRWA. This is something which has resulted in the number of official Palestinian refugees ballooning to almost 6 million in 2019 from the initial 750,000 who were expelled from their homes in 1948. The status has meant that the UN continues to support these refugees from its budget, and the measure arguably even relieves hosting countries from having to properly integrate the Palestinian communities into their own societies, where they continue to live in refugee camps in Lebanon, Jordan, and Syria. Inheritance of refugee status is also patrilineal, meaning that it is through the father's descendants alone that the UN recognizes individuals as Palestinian refugees. Moreover, the UN established the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees in the Near East, or UNRWA, in 1949, an organization which has been consistently dogged by allegations that its members played a role in tacitly supporting instances of Palestinian militant actions and even in the murders and kidnappings committed on October the 7th. UNRWA has also faced accusations that its sites have been used as holding locations for militant weaponry, Hamas fighters, and some of the hostages taken on October 7th. By 2013, the UN had passed 45 resolutions concerning Israel and only 21 concerning North Korea, 21 concerning Syria, and 14 concerning Iran. Perhaps resultantly, Israel has largely completely abandoned the UN as a mediator in the conflict, and a fractured relationship emerged, complete Syria, and 14 concerning Iran. Perhaps by 2013, the UN had passed 45 resolutions concerning Israel and only 21 concerning North Korea, 21 concerning Syria, and 14 concerning Iran. Iran. Perhaps resultantly, Israel has largely completely abandoned the UN as a mediator in the conflict, and a fractured relationship emerged, which has continued to this day. Alright, back to the mid-2000s, when a new political force emerged, one which would soon dominate Gaza and whose actions would have perhaps the greatest ever and most tragic effect on the beleaguered population of the Gaza Strip. In 2005, control of Gaza changed hands once again when Israel suddenly pulled out and closed all Jewish settlements in the Strip. This, in theory, left Gaza solely in the hands of the Palestinian Authority, or PA, under Mahmoud Abbas, who'd taken over from longtime Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat that same year. But Israel had not prepared the PA for the move, and the transition was therefore entirely disjointed. The PA was not particularly popular among Gazans. Some saw them as sellouts to the occupier, and others were dismayed at their consistent failures to achieve a peace on equitable terms with Israel, especially, and above all, one that would allow the Palestinian expellees to return to their former homes in Israel. The Palestinian Authority also hadn't really done anything to alleviate the severe economic conditions in Gaza, and had been accused of creating monopolies favorable to their interests at the cost of everyday Gazans, many of whom had seen their economic prospects suffocated further when Israel enacted border closures after a series of suicide bombings in 1996. Moreover, the Israeli withdrawal came at the end of the Second Intifada, when thousands more Palestinians had been killed for little benefit. For decades, the people of Gaza had had to contend with extreme economic isolation, power shortages, high unemployment, lawlessness, cyclical violence, massive poverty, and broken promises. With Gaza teetering, continued support for the PA was very far from assured. Abbas, perhaps not realizing this, called for legislative elections in Gaza and the West Bank in 2006. It would prove a catastrophic decision. Although the Palestinian Legislative Council had been overdue for elections for many years, Gaza had seen recent unrest in 2005, and Abbas probably could have gotten away with offsetting the elections further for some amount of time. But he didn't, and in January 2006, the Palestinian Authority's main political party, Fatah, failed to win the election, securing 41% of the overall vote. Fatah were pulverized in northern Gaza, winning only one seat from a possible 13 between the three districts of Gaza City, North Gaza, and Deir al-Balah. Practically all of the remainder went to the outright winner of the election, the Change and Reform Party, a front for the Islamic resistance movement, better known to you and me as Hamas. Hamas had been conducting a savvy campaign to win Gazans' hearts and minds for many years. While the PA prompted dialogue, Hamas favored direct action. This may not always have worked for them, but the long years of failed negotiations and the deterioration of Gaza's economic situation had lent them more support. Hamas had also exploited Gazan anger at Israel's targeting of its high-level figures, including bomb maker Yahya Ayash, who was killed in 1996, and interim Hamas leader Khaled Marshall, who'd narrowly escaped death by poisoning in 1997 when the responsible Israeli agents were caught and Israel was forced to hand over an antidote. But an even bigger contributing factor was when Israel assassinated...
Yeah, we introduced a whole bunch of, well, four new emojis. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. Hey, what the heck? Lefty lols. Hey, I appreciate you. Welcome to the black hole. We're on like a little educational run here, so.
Exploited Gazan anger at Israel's targeting of its high-level figures, including bomb maker Yahya Ayash, who was killed in 1996, and interim Hamas leader Khaled Marshall, who'd narrowly escaped death by poisoning in 1997 when the responsible Israeli agents were caught and Israel was forced to hand over an antidote. But an even bigger contributing factor was when Israel assassinated two of Hamas's founders, Ahmed Yassin and Abdel Aziz al-Rantisi, in 2004, shortly before their withdrawal from Gaza. Both men were natives of Gaza, having arrived as expellees of the 1948 war at a very young age, and both of them were held in high esteem. This was especially true in the case of Yassin, a paralyzed imam whose charitable exploits had seen him ranked as the second most popular Palestinian after Yasser Arafat. Yassin had founded an Islamic charity in 1973, Majama al-Islamiyah, which offered clinics, blood banks, daycare facilities, food, and youth clubs to the people of Gaza, and which had at one time received charitable recognition from Israel itself. He also contributed to the founding of the Islamic University of Gaza in 1978, and in spite of his disability, attracted huge crowds to his sermons in the Shati refugee camp where he'd grown up. Although Yassin's ideology, like that of Hamas, contained nakedly vicious statements regarding Israel, and he was the ideologue behind many of Hamas's suicide.
Oh, you're funny. You are so true, though. I cannot afford bots. Guys, we are not at that level yet, okay? I'm just reading chat real quick. Catching up with y'all. Oh, you guys are out of Texas? Or maybe you're from Texas. Oh, you're in Texas. Very good. Got some Texans here. Floridians. Says all relevant arguments start at 48. So you're saying anything that goes back past that is irrelevant to the conversation, according to you, or like, you know, from your standpoint. Context here.
For many years. While the PA prompted dialogue, Hamas favoured direct action. This may not always have worked for them, but the long years of failed negotiations and the deterioration of Gaza's economic situation had lent them more support. Hamas had also exploited Gazan anger at Israel's targeting of its high-level figures, including bomb maker Yahya Ayash, who was killed in 1996, and interim Hamas leader Khaled Mashal, who'd narrowly escaped death by poisoning in 1997 when the responsible Israeli agents were caught and Israel was forced to hand over an antidote. But an even bigger contributing factor was when Israel assassinated two of Hamas's founders, Ahmed Yassin and Abd al-Aziz al-Rantisi, in 2004, shortly before their withdrawal from Gaza. Both men were natives of Gaza, having arrived as expellees of the 1948 war at a very young age, and both of them were held in high esteem. This was especially true in the case of Yassin, a paralyzed imam whose charitable exploits had seen him ranked as the second most popular Palestinian after Yasser Arafat. Yassin had founded an Islamic charity in 1973, Majama al-Islamiyah, which offered clinics, blood banks, daycare facilities, food, and youth clubs to the people of Gaza, and which had at one time received charitable recognition from Israel itself. He also contributed to the founding of the Islamic University of Gaza in 1978, and in spite of his disability, attracted huge crowds to his sermons in the Shati refugee camp where he'd grown up. Although Yassin's ideology, like that of Hamas, contained nakedly vicious statements regarding Israel, and he was the ideologue behind many of Hamas's suicide bombing campaigns which targeted Israeli soldiers and civilians alike, his image among Gazans was that of a humanitarian, a spiritual leader. He'd been imprisoned by Israel in 1989 for ordering the deaths of collaborators, but was released in 1997 following the failed assassination of Khaled Mashal, and had returned to Gaza with a rapturous welcome. His assassination in 2004 spawned huge public anger, especially given Yassin's frail physical state and ailing health, and the destruction occasioned by the drone strike which killed not only him but members of his entourage and 9 civilian bystanders. Predictably, the accumulated anger played into Hamas's hands. When combined with a cunning electoral campaign and the PA's seeming short-sightedness, Hamas found itself at a sufficient level of popularity among Palestinians to win the legislative elections in 2006 and quickly went on to dominate the Gaza Strip shortly after. Hamas consolidated its power, forcing out Fatah and the PA and establishing tight control over Gaza. From 2007, the Strip was fully under Hamas's control. Now, some of the Palestinians voting for Hamas's Change and Reform Party, especially in Gaza, may have hoped that what they would receive was exactly that, changes and reforms which would alleviate at least their poor economic prospect, if not exactly a vote for peace and security. This was perhaps not absurd, given the charitable exploits of Majama al-Ismir and the posturing of Hamas as an entity willing to improve the living arrangements for everyday Palestinians on the ground. It was hoped that somehow Gaza's fortunes could begin to improve. But they didn't. Gaza's fortunes only got worse. The period of occupation by Israel had at least allowed Palestinians the relative freedom to find jobs and work in Israel. But with Gaza now under Hamas's control, that possibility was firmly curtailed, leading to dire consequences for many in Gaza. Moreover, Egypt, the other country with which the territory of Gaza shared a border, also closed off access in 2007, and Israel enforced a controversial maritime cordon of 6 nautical miles from the coast for Gazan fishermen soon after. Gaza was now completely shut off from the world. It was not even safely reachable by air. The Strip had once briefly had an airport built in 1998, but it was destroyed only 3 years later during the Second Intifada and today lies in ruins. In effect, Gaza now had economic relations with nobody and would become reliant on remittances sent from abroad, as well as aid work and support by friendly nations, much of which would be appropriated by its new governors anyway. Hamas, shortly after its ascent to power, set to work creating a vast network of tunnels under Gaza, both to evade Israeli intelligence and to prepare for an ultimate attack on their sworn foe. The so-called Gaza Metro was already in operation by the time of the 2014 Gaza War and encompassed around 500 kilometers of tunnels by 2021, according to late Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar. In the meantime, Gaza's economy just about remained afloat. Unemployment remained sky-high, typically around 50%, but Hamas's tunnel network allowed for black market trade with Egypt and remittances from abroad, aid from around 160 humanitarian organizations, around $450 million per year in monetary and material support from UNRWA, and further support from the PA left some semblance of normality despite the widespread unemployment. With that said, the undoubted major benefactors of the inward flow of cash was Hamas and those close to it, and the general figures concerning Gaza's economic situation became robustly obscured by the Gaza Strip's new overseers.
Said conquest for territory is severely frowned upon after World War II. Only in China and Russia have done it since. Yeah, it does seem like the maps have been relatively stable since then. Oh, what's up, Johnny 5? We're nearing the end of this one, so I do feel like I have a little bit more context. Obviously, this is one source and, you know, a grain of sand in a desert, you know, worth of information, but it's a good, I feel like it's a good start. Like, I'm getting a good start here.
Inward flow of cash was Hamas and those close to it, and the general figures concerning Gaza's economic situation became robustly obscured by the Gaza Strip's new overseers. Hamas also received donations from benefactors such as Iran and installed a tax system on everyday costs for its own benefit, from packets of cigarettes to vehicle registration. Hamas also received a $400 million grant from Qatar for construction projects in 2012, and over time, some limited economic interaction with Israel took place too. Aid trucks began to cross from Israel via the Kerem Shalom border crossing, and some Palestinians were able to return to work day jobs in Israel under a planned permit quote, which rose to about 17,000 workers by 2022, according to the Times of Israel. But Hamas also threw money into both expanding its tunnel network further and buying munitions to use in attacks against Israel. Between 2006 and 2023, it engaged in no less than 5 conflicts with Israel, each of which resulted in bombing attacks on Gaza and significant loss of life. While preparing for the 2023 attack, Sinwar regularly incited Palestinians to commit random acts of violence against Israel, and in 2018, he encouraged Gazans to assemble on the Gaza border fence with Israel in what became known as the Great March of Return, something which resulted in hundreds of deaths as Israel responded with tear gas and live ammunition. And Gaza's relative economic survival would not last. By the early 2020s, especially following the COVID-19 downturn, Gaza's economy began to tank once again. The summer of 2023 saw rare economic protests occur in Gaza City and Khan Yunis, both of which were cracked down upon by Hamas's security apparatus. But all this was immaterial, as something far more significant was by now brewing, something which would devastate Gaza immeasurably, unlike anything which had done so before. Finally, after years of planning, the Hamas operation was ready to begin. On October the 7th, 2023, Hamas fighters flooded into Israel and carried out the bloody attack which would plunge Gaza into conflict once more. Only this time, the conflict would lay waste to the ancient land, practically in its entirety.
All right, now this was coming from Places. Pull up their channel real quick. So, that little sub button there, boom. I feel like I got a little bit of context there. Yo, Johnny 5, you said you're lurking. I love it. You said you've seen this. How do you feel about it? Chewing on the information here myself. Let me think. Let's have a little more chill on this. That's my work. All right. So it seems like Israel fights off a bunch of other countries, becomes Israel, eventually gets Gaza from Egypt. Has issues, you know, ruling over Gaza or what have you. Ends up kind of pulling out of Gaza, leaving it up to, you know, the people there. Causes issues, leaves sort of a power vacuum. Egypt kind of closes their borders or what have you. Israel kind of closes theirs. Kind of leaves the people there kind of stuck. And then Hamas kind of comes in, takes over, and is attacking or seeming to attack Israel and things along, you know, those lines. That's what I'm gathering so far here. Like, I mean, in like a layman's nutshell, really quick. Norman Finkelstein. I feel like I've heard the name. Yeah, I mean, I can't assume that, like, this is a perfect video, and the first video I click on regarding the subject that people are so up in arms about, seem to have been arguing about for decades, and there's people losing their lives, and there's just so much contention, and, you know, all of this. I'm going to click on one video on YouTube, and the first one I click on just perfectly broke down everything I need to know. Yeah, I'm still so lost. I just don't know anything about the cultures. I mean, there's just so much. There's just so much I don't know, really. I don't even know what I don't know. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I was looking up Norman Finkelstein. Let me see. All right, so this says Media Education Foundation. Pull up their channel here. Calm down. Calm down. So that's what I'm pulling up right here. Political scientist, Norman Finkelstein. Is it Stein? Stein, right? Finkelstein? Teach on Gaza, Israel, and Hamas at UMass Amherst via Zoom. October 17th, 2023. Brief history of the Israel-Palestine conflict with special focus on Gaza.
I'm going to do two things. Number one, I'm going to try in as succinct a way as possible to run through the history of the Israel-Palestine.
Oh, you said the Economist cover real quick. I have it pulled up. It's just kind of hard to see here. Like, I mean, I recognize some of the figures on the cover. I think I just lack the media literacy, or like the information I would need to gather all of the nuances in this picture here. I believe this is what you're talking about, right? Is it on the screen? But I can't really know, what I'm looking at there quite yet. I'm just, you know what I mean? I might have to look at something breaking it down, right? At this point, until I gather more information and can kind of make sense of it.
In conflict with a focus as I proceed to the Gaza.
Right. Well, I don't know who to trust. You know what I'm saying, Christopher? So it's just, I'm going to try to get, information from different places. Eventually read up on the regions, and like try to learn the history of the surrounding regions as well, and like the different groups of people. Ooh. You say, yeah, there's a lot to it. Exactly. That's what I figured when I saw it. I was like, okay, this is not something that off the top of my head I completely understand.
Focus as I proceed to the Gaza constituent, the Gaza part of the Israel-Palestine conflict. And
Duke, that's interesting you say that. We're gonna get into this, but just Duke says no matter how much outside parties learn about the conflicts, Israelis and Palestinians probably won't take much stock in outside opinion. And I wonder about that, and I can see that. And that's kind of how I think another reason I haven't fallen down like researching this too is I'm just like, I don't want to say my opinion is meaningless on it, because I have a lot of opinions on a lot of things, talk about a lot of different things, but I'm just so disconnected from it in a way that even, I would have to learn so much, and then does my opinion really matter in the conversation? Hmm.
And secondly, to just give a rudimentary picture of what Gaza is. So let me begin with the history. As all of you know, there's always a kind of partisanship embedded in deciding where to begin. Some people want to begin with the kingdom of Judea in some 2,000 years ago.
You see, and I guess that's what kind of pushes, or it doesn't push me away, but it makes me feel like, okay, yeah, I'm not trying to be lazy, but this is going to be a chore. I'm like, wait, this goes back how many? 2,000 years. Yeah, this just doesn't seem like something I'm going to be able to figure out anytime soon. But sorry, I just, from like an outsider's perspective, I guess, of approaching the subject.
Again, some people want to begin with the kingdom of Judea in some 2,000 years ago. Other people want to begin with the Arab inhabitation of Palestine and the Zionist settlers who came over to displace them. I am going to forego, for reasons of time, I'm going to forego either or both of those starting points, and I'll choose my own arbitrary, and I admit it to be arbitrary, my own arbitrary starting point, departure point. There were two communities in Palestine by 1947. There was a Jewish community. It went by the title of the Yeshuv, and it constituted roughly 600,000 Jews or Zionists, whichever term you prefer. And the second community consisted of Arabs,
But when it isn't, I mean, a Jew and a Zionist, those would be two different things, though, right?
if you prefer, Palestinian Arabs, and that community amounted to roughly 1,300,000. Since the early part of the 20th century, there was some cooperation, but mostly, I think it's fair to say, there was a competition and a conflict between the indigenous population of Palestine at the time, the Palestinian Arabs, and the Jewish settlers or colonizers. At the time it was called the Jewish Colonization Society, Jewish colonizers. There was a competition, and eventually that competition became a full-fledged conflict. It was clear after World War II that a resolution to the conflict had to be found. And originally the issue was managed by the British, what was called the British Mandate over Palestine. I won't detain you with the background to that. It's not so important for our purposes. After World War II, the British...
You said at this point, the Jewish community he is referring to are there as settlers, as part of the Zionist movement. Okay. I started to gather that after he was talking a little bit. I was like, okay, maybe in this context, right?
Despaired of finding a resolution to this conflict between the Jewish and the Arab communities. And so they threw the ball, so to speak, into the court of the United Nations. The United Nations sent over several fact-finding committees. The British had their own fact-finding committee. There was a large number of voluminous and I would say quite impressive reports that were produced. And at some point, the General Assembly had to find some sort of resolution. And that resolution came in the form of UN Resolution 181. It's sometimes called the Partition Resolution. And the Partition Resolution, you can say, I think it's fair to say, it wasn't attempting to find a formula based on justice. It wasn't a moral inquiry or a moral resolution. It was very much approached as a practical, pragmatic problem. There are these two communities here. They don't get along. Their fundamental aspirations differ in fundamental ways. And there doesn't seem to be any prospect that they can get along. And so the decision was made by the majority. There were minority opinions also, but not worth going into those now. The majority opinion was to partition Palestine between those two communities, the Palestinian Arab and the Zionist Jewish communities. According to the partition, the Jewish community would comprise approximately 56% of Palestine. That is to say, 56% was allocated to the Jewish community, even as the population was 600,000, and 44% was allocated to the Arab population, even as its population was about 1,300,000.
It seems a little odd.
Well,
I guess it could depend on what type of land was there, or I don't know. There's just so many questions, but let me just continue at this point.
1,300,000. Well, for various reasons, not worth going into, but perhaps obvious to some members who are listening, some members of the audience, the Arab side formally did not accept the partition resolution on two grounds. Ground number one, they were the indigenous population. Ground number two, they were the majority population. The Jewish side formally accepted the partition, but they were still determined to control or gain territorial control over the whole land of Israel, which the Zionist movement regarded as belonging to it, based on several grounds. I'm not going to go into them. In any event, the conflict quickly degenerated after the partition resolution. It quickly degenerated into open warfare, not just between the two communities in Palestine, but also with the neighboring Arab states. As a consequence of that warfare, what's sometimes called the First Arab-Israeli War, as a consequence of that warfare, there were two basic results which bear on the conflict today. The first result was there was a mass expulsion from the area that became Israel. There was a mass expulsion of the Palestinian Arab population. Roughly, the estimates are roughly 90% of the population within the area that became Israel. Roughly 90% of the population was expelled, and of that, it comprised about 750,000 Palestinian Arabs. Of those 750,000, roughly 250,000, the estimates are between 250,000 and 300,000. As I proceed, you'll forgive me, I'm not going to give every estimate. I'll give what I take to be credible estimates, though I confess I can't determine what is and what isn't a credible estimate. I'll just tell you what I find in books I've read. So roughly 250,000 Palestinians were expelled from the area that became Israel, and they ended up, of the 750,000, about a third of the 750,000 who were expelled, they ended up in Gaza. And they overwhelmed numerically the actual population, Arab population in Gaza. The bottom line there, and here I'm going to just fast forward to the present and then get back to where we...
I'm a little confused because it's like, well, how do you expel people? I'm just curious how this works, because if they were living there, is it like they were living there, you know, they're living their normal life, and then boom, you know, Britain or whomever comes knocking, they're like, hey, just letting you know, there's some new people moving into town, so you kind of got to leave. Because to displace somebody that, like, the person already has to be there in order to displace them, in order to dispel or expel them, in order for them to go to Gaza and overwhelm its resources. Like, there would have to already be a person there. So it is a little odd. Like, I'm just trying to figure out what's the reasoning for expelling people from a place. I guess that's what's kind of throwing me off. But, I mean, again, I'm still dipping my toes in here.
Population, Arab population in Gaza. The bottom line there, and here I'm going to just fast forward to the present and then get back to where we were. The bottom line is... Gaza is...
You guys are like with force. No, I understand. Like, I guess how it's. I mean, I imagine it was with force. You know, somebody knocks at your door. Hey, just letting you know, you're gonna leave now. And you're gonna be like, well, no, I'm not gonna leave. And then they put their hands on you and they make you leave. Like, that's, I understand that part. I guess under what grounds, right? Could a country come in and say, hey, by the way, we cut up the map and you guys just kind of fell on the wrong side of the border here, on the wrong side of the line that we drew. So you kind of got to pack up. I'm just trying to think of, like, what's the, I don't know, like the grounds behind it. Or, I mean, some of y'all were saying, well, they were fighting. So it's like, okay. Well, I don't know. Again, I still don't have enough here. If you have the means to make them leave, that's what happens. But aren't they still kind of technically next door even after they leave? I mean, from the sounds of it. I guess they're, maybe I guess they're further away in a sense. I guess they're down the street as opposed to right next door. Britain swinging their dick. And that's kind of what it sounds like, because I'm trying to put it in context of today. Like if some random country just showed up in America, showed up in, I don't know, Florida, and was like, hey guys, just letting you know, all of these people from China, they're moving in here, and you need to pack up and leave. Florida is off limits to you now. You are being expelled. Well, that'd be pretty crazy. Under what right do you have to come over and just take Florida? Like, I don't know how that makes sense, right? So maybe I'm simplifying it too much, right? Again, I'm working with very limited info. We're still in the gathering phase. I have a feeling I'm gonna be in the gathering phase for multiple streams, probably for a while, but I'm just trying to conceptualize it here. It's only Florida, yo. That's crazy. I guess I'd have to hear from the Floridians how they feel about that. Look at Ukraine. Russia carved out a piece off and kept it. Well, yeah, but that feels different than this because Russia fought for it, right? They came in and were like, we're taking it, and they kind of squabbled, or they're squabbling right now, or what have you. And when the dust settles, whoever's left standing on the land is, it's their land or whatever, right? This just sounds like just some random third party came in and just was like, oh, and you're no longer, you don't own this, or did the people not own it in the first place? Because some people were like, well, they would have to prove ownership, but I'm like, well, if you're there, right? And then these people from out of town are coming in and telling you that, no, that's actually not your place. That just sounds a little crazy to me. Now I understand it's how the cards fell out. I understand it's how things played out. I'm just trying to understand it. I'm just trying to, I'm missing a lot of context, obviously. But I'm just trying to make it make sense a little bit. Okay, you guys are talking about Florida here. I say we keep Florida. That's my vote. Spain. Okay, so let's say Spain came in and was just like, hey guys, so you're all gonna leave. We said they were mainly refugees, became 4 tribes. Okay, yeah, see, and this is the, I'm sure, much deeper context that I'm missing here. All right. So let me continue here.
Into the court of the United Nations. The United Nations sent over several fact-finding committees. The British had their own fact-finding committee. There was a large number of voluminous and I would say quite impressive reports that were produced. And at some point, the General Assembly had to find some sort of resolution. And that resolution came in the form of UN Resolution 181. It's sometimes called the Partition Resolution.
How far back did I go?
And the Partition Resolution, you can say, I think it's fair to say, on inquiry or a moral, as a
what the hell, did I go that far back?
Conflict quickly degenerated after the Partition Resolution. It quickly degenerated into open warfare, not just between the two communities in Palestine, but also with the neighboring Arab states. As a consequence of that warfare, what's sometimes called the First Arab-Israeli War, as a consequence of that warfare, there were two basic results which bear on the conflict today. The first result was there was a mass expulsion from the area that became Israel. There was a mass expulsion of the Palestinian Arab population. Roughly, the estimates are roughly 90% of the population within the area that became Israel. Roughly 90% of the population was expelled, and of that, it comprised about 750,000 Palestinian Arabs. Of those 750,000, roughly 250,000, the estimates are between 250,000 and 300,000. As I proceed, you'll forgive me, I'm not going to give every estimate. That's ended up of the 700, overwhelmed numerically the actual population, Arab population in Gaza. The bottom line there, and here I'm going to just fast forward to the present and then get back to where we were. The bottom line is Gaza is overwhelmingly a refugee population. So roughly 70% of the people of Gaza are classified under international law as refugees or descendants of refugees. So one fact you have to always bear in mind when you hear the word Gaza, that the population of Gaza is overwhelmingly a refugee population, and that overwhelming refugee population, they began, so to speak, their life in Gaza already as refugees. So when you hear now in the news about the possibility of an ethnic cleansing of Gaza, for about 70% refugees and descendants of refugees, we're talking about a twice over expulsion. Okay, let's go back to right after the 1948 war. I said there were two major consequences for our purposes. First, the mass expulsion, and secondly, Israel, now it's declared itself a state, Israel did not abide by the UN resolution of 56% being allocated to it. It expanded its borders to 80% of Palestine.
That seems a little much.
The only areas of the what's called British mandated Palestine, the only areas that did not come under Israeli control were what's called the West Bank,
right,
including East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip. With those two exceptions, the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip, Israel now controlled all of historic or British mandated Palestine. Now, for reasons of time, and I won't keep repeating myself, but for reasons of time, we're going to fast forward from 1948 to 1967.
I'm sorry, I'm reading chat. I'm also thinking about this. It just seems kind of odd. Yeah, the expulsion. It's like, okay, sure, let's just set that to the side for a second. But he's saying, well, there was a second little piece to this. It's like, well, what was that piece? Well, they were supposed to get 56%. Let's set the numbers aside. You know, maybe there's some reasoning for why it was 56%. Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, whatever. Set that aside for a second. But they took, what did he say, like 80%? Well, that seems kind of odd to me. And then if that's the case, well, why did the rest of the world, I mean, assuming it's the case, I'm taking this at, you know, at face value here. If that's the case, why didn't the rest of the world, or, you know, somebody in the world, say, hey, that's not what we agreed to. You're overstepping. Assuming it's the case, right? Because some of y'all said, oh, well, there needs to be a buffer zone. I mean, there could have been a buffer zone, but if you take 80% of the shit, I mean, I don't know. Again, I'm just going off the little tidbits we're getting here in this video. You said several nations did. Well, yeah, I mean, they probably said something about it, but I mean, you kind of got to do something about it too, right? I guess that's what I'm getting at. It's like everybody could shake their fist at Russia invading Ukraine. Well, you can shake your fist all day. They're still invading Ukraine. You know what I mean? Are you going to do something about it or no? Okay, all right. Well, they have nuclear weapons. Oh, okay. Then you're not doing nothing about it. Got it. I mean, obviously they're doing something, sending money, aid, you know, whatever, weapons, logistics, yada, yada, yada. Not to say they're not doing anything, but just the idea that, well, of course we're not going to put boots on the ground, you know? He said, wait, what? Rome name Israel, Palestine is an insult to Jews after mass removal. I'm gonna have to do some reading. Nakaba? And where there were threats to Jewish communities. Oh, you're saying the appeal of it was too great, even if there was no immediate threat. Okay. I can see where you're coming from on that. It's like, well, the opportunity's here, you might as well. I haven't seen that movie. Ah, damn. Take care, man. Appreciate you for getting sucked in to the black hole. Be safe out there.
Now, mandate all of historic or British mandated Palestine. Now, for reasons of time, and I won't keep repeating myself, but for reasons of time, we're going to fast forward from 1948 to 1967. In 1967, there was another conflict between Israel and its Arab neighbors. It's sometimes called the Six-Day War. I prefer the June 1967 war. During the June 1967 war, Israel now expanded its borders a second time, and it now controlled the whole of the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip. And those two areas, the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip, under international law, constituted occupied territories. And there is a large body of international law on the legal status, the rights and duties of an occupying power in the course of its occupation. They are usually embodied in what's called the Hague Regulations and the Fourth Geneva Convention. Now, just as in 1947, the United Nations again came to play a major role in trying to find a solution to this seemingly intractable problem. The problem was first debated and disputed in the UN General Assembly. A resolution couldn't be found, and then it was thrown into the court of the UN Security Council. And the UN Security Council in November 1967 produced what's still considered the landmark resolution after 181 in 1947, the second landmark resolution, which still constitutes under international law the legal basis for trying to resolve the conflict. They produced or passed without any dissenting votes unanimously UN Resolution 242. UN Resolution 242 had two prongs. Prong number one was the international law principle based in the UN Charter and stated.
Hey, sounds good, bro. Let's be safe out there. Take care. Have a good shift and everything. I don't know if you're gonna be circling back between, while I'm still on and everything. But if not, I'll definitely catch you on the next one. But yeah, I'm definitely interested. Send those pictures through. Oh yeah, get sucked in the black hole, guys. The blackest. Hey, what the cluck? Welcome back. Yeah, I've been friends with some Muslims and worked for some, and very nice people. Right? I think there's nice people in every group, right? I would assume. It's my assumption, right? Yeah, some are. Well, that's the concerning thing. I could see if you think people are being oppressed, and maybe they are being oppressed and everything. Okay, you're in support of those people, and you dislike the people doing the oppression. However, you don't want to be too broad with that and start hating a broader group of people for the actions of a minority of those people, right? If that makes sense. So.
in the preambular paragraph to UN Resolution 242. Preambular paragraph simply means the preamble. And the preamble to UN Resolution 242 states, quote, "It's inadmissible to acquire territory by war. Under the current international system, it's inadmissible to acquire territory by war. In accordance with that principle..."
I'm sorry, that just sounds silly. I mean, I'm uneducated, but if you take over something, I mean, everybody else could look at you and say, "Ah, you can't do that." But unless they're going to step up and do something about it, okay, well, we're not going to recognize it. Okay, I mean, I've still got it though. So what does it matter, right? Maybe I'm looking at this like a little too simply, but it's just funny because it's like rules to war are kind of a ironic thought, a kind of a funny thought or idea. I like the idea, obviously. Hey, let's not be completely horrible to each other. You know, I guess let's have some rules to the killing of each other and taking over of territories. But that kind of goes against the idea of war, because it's like if you're committing war, you are going to do whatever is strategically advantageous, I would think, if you want to win, right? And I'm sorry, if you're fighting a war, you should probably be fighting to win the war. Unless you're just, I don't know, making money off the war and you just want it to go on forever or something. But I mean, outside of those circumstances, if you actually wanted to, you know, but you should want to win a war, I think, right?
Israel was obliged to relinquish control of the territories it had acquired during the 1967 war. Those territories being, and again, I'll beg your indulgence, but for my repeating myself, but unless you get the basic facts, everything else is just mystical. So let me again reiterate the basic facts. Under international law, it being inadmissible to acquire territory by war, Israel was legally bound under international law to relinquish control of the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and the Gaza Strip. That you might call the quid in the quid pro quo. Quid pro quo, basically, your obligation, their obligation. The quo was, Israel is a state under international law. It's a member state of the United Nations, and therefore it has the same rights and duties as any other member state of the United Nations. And therefore, since the UN Charter calls for peaceful relations between states, the Arab states had the obligation to recognize Israel's right to live at peace with its neighbors. And those were the two preconditions for a resolution of the conflict. And it sometimes came to be called the land for peace, terms for resolving the conflict. Israel had to relinquish the control over the territories it had acquired. The Arabs had to recognize Israel's right to live at peace with its neighbors in the region. Now, I didn't mention, and I don't want to go into it now, I didn't mention the fact that in the course of the June 1967 war, Israel not only conquered the West Bank and Gaza, it also conquered the Egyptian Sinai, and it conquered the
but it gave those up.
Syrian Golan Heights. I'm going to leave that aside. As I said, I want to hone in on why we're here today, namely the issue of Gaza. So that was the formula: full land, full withdrawal in exchange for a full peace. That was the formula that was presented by the UN, and it's still the Security Council, and it's still the basis for any resolution of the conflict. Now I'm going to now hone in just on the Palestinians, and I'll get to Gaza in a moment. The Palestinians at that point, their leadership was called the Palestine Liberation Organization. It was abbreviated the PLO, and the central figure, the key figure in the PLO, was a person named Yasser Arafat. Beginning in the early 1970s, the Palestine Liberation Organization signaled that it was prepared to accept the terms of UN Resolution 242. That is to say, it was prepared to recognize Israel as a state in the region with all the rights that accrue to a state, namely the right to live at peace with its neighbors. And the Palestinians demanded in return, and this was endorsed by the international community, their right in return to exercise their self-determination as a people within the West Bank and Gaza, within that 20% of historic Palestine, which Israel was duty-bound to relinquish control over, and which the Palestinians now acquiesced would constitute the territorial borders of their state. So the Palestinians had, by the early 1970s, the Palestinians had met their duty, their obligation under
Okay, that's kind of clever though. I don't know if I'm understanding this correctly, but you take more land than you were allocated. You take all of it, right? And then you negotiate with them because they're trying to fight back and take their land back, maybe. You say, look. We have a right to peace with our neighbors. So look, we'll withdraw from these two locations, but you got to stop fighting us. You withdraw from the two locations, but you still have 80% of everything. Oh, I don't know. That's how I kind of read that for a second there. I don't know. Obviously, I need more context, but I don't know. It just kind of seemed like kind of genius, like from a strategic standpoint and like a diplomatic standpoint of how to kind of get the most, but getting the other side to agree to it. Because you need them to agree to stop attacking. You need them to agree that you own the land now. So it's like, okay, no. We'll give you this. We'll give you these two regions, of course. You just got to stop fighting over all this other stuff, okay? Because that's ours. I don't know. It's just kind of how I understood it.
So the Palestinians had, by the early 1970s, the Palestinians had met their duty, their obligation under international law to recognize Israel as a state, and they expected, as UN Resolution 242 stated, that then they would have their right, having acknowledged their duty, they now wanted their right to exercise self-determination.
Well, right. But was 141? I thought so. Was 141 what gave them 50? What gave Israel 56%? But somehow when they got to, I'm sorry if it was the numbers, but I think it's 242. When they got to 242, they agree to 20%. Why wouldn't you fall back to the 56%? I don't know. I'm just feeling like they kind of got screwed in this. I'm trying to understand.
That then they would have their right, having acknowledged their duty, they now wanted their right to exercise self-determination within the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and Gaza. The Israelis, on the other hand, were determined to keep all of what they regarded as their quote-unquote historic homeland, and they didn't want to relinquish control of large parts of the West Bank and any of Gaza. They were quite determined, and they dug in their heels not to accept those terms for resolving the conflict. International pressure then began of Gaza. They were quite determined, and they dug in their heels not to accept those terms for resolving the conflict. International pressure then began to build on Israel to accept the Palestinian recognition of them as a state and to carry out a withdrawal from the territories they occupied. Come 1982, Israel came under a lot of pressure to acknowledge the Palestinian willingness to settle the conflict. What was called, there's a very good book, it might be in your library, it's called Dilemmas of Security, or Dilemma of Security. And it's written by an Israeli political scientist who has since passed, named Avner Yaniv. And Avner Yaniv wrote in the book that Israel was faced with a major dilemma by the end of the 1970s and the early 80s. And now I'm using his term. He said the major dilemma was the Palestinian peace offensive, in quotation marks. The Palestinian peace offensive. The Palestinians were determined to settle the conflict in accordance with international law, but that would have compelled Israel to carry out a withdrawal from the territories which it considered belonged to it by historic right, and that it was not going to relinquish control of. In 1982, in June 1982, Israel contrived a casus belli, a pretext to launch a war in Lebanon. And in the course of that war, which began in 1982 and climaxed in September 1982, Israel killed, the estimates are between 15 and 20,000 Palestinians and Israelis, overwhelmingly civilians. After the war, or at the end of the war, climaxed in the major massacres of Palestinians in refugee camps in Lebanon. You can check it on your own because there's a voluminous literature on it. It's called the Sabra and Shatila massacres. At the end of the Sabra and Shatila massacres, the PLO was effectively defeated and it was forced into exile. And at that point, 1980, we're talking about roughly 1982, and at that point, there was a feeling that the Palestine question had now been eliminated. The Arab states and the international community took very little interest in it. And the people in the West Bank and Gaza were now left to what you might call their own devices. They realized there was not going to be any international pressure exerted on Israel on the one hand, and on the other hand, unless they did something on their own, that is to say, took their fate into their own hands, this occupation would go on through eternity. And so in December 1987, December 7th, 1987, a nonviolent civil revolt erupted first in Gaza, and then that civil revolt quickly spread to the West Bank, and that came to be called the First Intifada, I-N-T-I-F, A-D-A-H, or sometimes without the H. And it happens, just to speak on the biographical note, that I first became involved in the Israel-Palestine conflict in June 1982, during the Israeli invasion of Lebanon, and then in 1988, and every year thereafter, I went to the West Bank, much less so Gaza, and witnessed the Palestinian civil revolt, overwhelmingly nonviolent in the first 2 years, from 1987 to 1989, really 1988 to 1990. under the aegis of which Israel carried out its massive repression. He called for the use of, and now I'm quoting the phrase, force, might, and beatings to repress this civil, nonviolent revolt. And the fact of the matter is that the Israelis were successful. This isn't the first time in history, obviously, that might triumphed over right. And that eventually led to what came to be called the Oslo Accord. The Oslo Accord, which you'll hear a lot about if you ever follow this subject beyond this evening, the Oslo Accords were signed in 1993, September 13th, 1993. And the essence of the Oslo Accord was that the PLO formally recognized Israel on paper, formally recognized Israel, and the Palestinians got virtually nothing in return. Because they were defeated during the First Intifada, and the victor gets the spoils. What the Palestinians got in return was a promise of something in the future. That was really the essence of it. There was supposed to be a 5-year interim period in which Israel and the Palestine Liberation Organization would find a resolution to the conflict, but that never happened. And Israel was able successfully to recruit the PLO as the expression that came to be used, as its subcontractor among the Palestinians. The PLO took the perquisite Palestinian Authority is basically an administrative and police network that acts at Israel's behest. Now, we're going to fast forward a little to 2000. I'll fast forward now to 2006, and that's going to begin. So far, I've talked about the Israel-Arab dimension of the problem, then the Israel-Palestine dimension of the problem, and now I'm going to reduce our scope even more and focus on the Gaza dimension of the problem. In 2006, there were parliamentary elections in the West Bank and Gaza, and the international community, in particular the United States, exhorted all Palestinians to participate in these elections. And then two surprising things happened. Number one, Hamas, the Islamic movement, agreed to participate in the elections. Number two, to everybody's surprise, including Hamas, Hamas won the elections.
Interesting.
Jimmy Carter, the former U.S. president, he was one of the eyewitnesses to the elections, and he called them, I'm quoting him now, completely honest and fair elections. Immediately as Hamas won the election, Israel, followed by the U.S. and the EU, imposed a brutal blockade on Gaza. It punished the people of Gaza for electing the wrong party into power. And that's the beginning. You'll often hear about the blockade of Gaza. 2006 marks the beginning of the blockade, and the blockade was imposed because the Palestinian people were told to carry out elections, and they did carry out the elections as they were told to do, but then they elected the wrong party into power. In fact, at the time, Hillary Clinton, the senator from New York at the time, she lamented that the U.S. made a mistake and it didn't rig the election. In any event, after that, the Hamas was now in power. A blockade was imposed on Gaza, and Hamas began to undergo what you might call a political evolution. And part of that political evolution was that it seemed prepared. It made statements, obviously, whether or not the statements would prove in practice to be substantive, they clearly made statements, including to Jimmy Carter, that they were prepared to negotiate a settlement with Israel on the basis of the terms of international law and UN Resolution 242. Those peaceful, or I should say diplomatic, efforts by Hamas reached an impasse because Israel didn't accept the legitimacy of Hamas as a negotiating partner. And from there on in, things begin to rapidly deteriorate. And here I'm going to go quite expeditiously because I can't go into the details, and if it comes up during questions and answers, I'll be happy to respond to specific queries. Beginning in 2008, the people of Gaza now start to undergo or experience a succession of brutal Israeli massacres in Gaza. There were several massacres preceding 2008-9. I don't have time to go through all of them in detail, but the first major massacre occurs in 2008. It begins on December 26, 2008, and it lasts until January 17, 2008. It's called Operation Cast Lead. In the course of Operation Cast Lead, Israel killed about 1,200 Gazans, including 350 children. It destroyed approximately 6,300 homes in Gaza, and it decimated the infrastructure of Gaza, the factories, the electrical plants, the water sewage plants were decimated in the course of that massacre inflicted on Gaza. Then there were several other massacres, including on board the humanitarian flotilla, the flagship of which was the Mavi Marmara. On May 31st, a humanitarian flotilla was headed to Gaza. It had 10,000 tons of basic necessities for the people of Gaza who were suffering under the inhuman, illegal blockade of Gaza. And the flotilla was attacked under international waters by Israeli commandos, and by the end of the attack in the dead of night, 8 passengers were killed. Then in 2012, there was another Israeli operation against Gaza called Operation Pillar of Defense. And then in July, August 2014, there was the most savage of the massacres in Gaza. It was called Operation Protective Edge. At the time, the head of state for that particular massacre was Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, today in the New York Times, Benjamin Netanyahu was described as essentially a peacenik who only, in his past, he was only inclined towards what the New York Times called targeted operations. And the New York Times described what happened in 2014, Operation Protective Edge. The New York Times described it as, quote, limited in nature. The operation was limited in nature. Well, other people had different opinions of that limited operation. First of all, let me give you the statistics. Israel killed about 2,200 Gazans, of which approximately 550 were children. Israel destroyed 18,000 homes in Gaza. The head of the International Committee of the Red Cross, Peter Maurer, he went to Gaza after the end of the conflict, and he said, and bear in mind we're talking about the head of the International Committee of the Red Cross, whose his job description is to visit combat zones. And he said publicly that never in his professional life had he ever witnessed the magnitude of destruction that he saw in Gaza. This is what the New York Times calls an operation that was limited in nature. In the same way, Sarah Roy, the very honorable scholar at Harvard University, she's the daughter of survivors of Auschwitz concentration camp. She's written the definitive economic study of Gaza, the de-development of Gaza, and she said she had never seen such economic, psychological, and physical destruction as she witnessed in 2014 with Operation Protective Edge. And now I'm going to fast forward to the present, not going through, there's one other I have to go through, and then I'll get to the present. In 2018, the people of Gaza, they decided to try something new. Many people in the international community had exhorted the people of Gaza, and the Palestinians generally, but the people in Gaza, to try civil disobedience. That armed struggle, as it were, was not yielding any results, so to try civil disobedience. Now, as I've already told you, they tried civil disobedience once during the First Intifada. Now, the people of Gaza, suffering under this blockade, in 2018 tried it again. It was called the Great March of Return. And the Great March of Return, like the First Intifada, started out overwhelmingly nonviolent. But then Israel, as in the First Intifada, and also the Second Intifada, which I didn't mention because time didn't allow it, during the Great March, the Palestinians attempted nonviolent civil disobedience. And what did Israel do? Well, the record is quite well documented in a UN report and also by Human Rights Watch. If you look at the UN report, they state, now, again, you're free to check the sources and challenge me, and I welcome that. We all can learn from each other, examining, scrutinizing statements by the other side. The UN report found that Israel was targeting children in the Great March of Return. They were targeting medical personnel. They were targeting journalists, and they were targeting people with physical disabilities, those who participated in the Great March and Return who were in wheelchairs or on crutches. And the evidence showed that Israeli snipers were overwhelmingly targeting the ankles of the demonstrators so as to inflict permanent life-changing disabilities on them. So, having said that, we're now going to move up to the present. I won't now discuss the events of October 7th and further. I wanted to provide the background, and then I'll take questions from you on how I understand the current situation, including what happened on October 7th. I wanted to use the first half to just present the background. I think that's a perfectly legitimate question. How do you morally navigate the situation as it began on October 7th and as it has unfolded? And the young woman said, can't we do both? Can't we condemn what was done on October 7th and also condemn the Israeli reaction to October 7th? And I am, of course, the first one to acknowledge that that is a morally tenable position. I, however, do not fully agree with it, and obviously people can, decent people can agree to disagree. I will now give you my considered opinion, but not pretending that I have a monopoly on moral truth. I begin from two facts. Fact number one, that the people of Gaza have been trapped in a concentration camp for 20 years. Number two, that the international community had abandoned them, and whatever tactic they attempted, including nonviolent resistance, had no impact on freeing them from that concentration camp. Now, what is exactly the legal relationship of Gaza to Israel at this point? Since you are college students, I will expect from you a higher level of understanding than to a broad public. There are two concepts under international law, one called occupation, the other called annexation. What distinguishes an occupation from an annexation is very simple. An occupation is supposed to be temporary. An annexation is permanent. Now, as you already know from my previous remarks, Gaza came under Israeli occupation in 1967. That's more than a half century ago, which means it's no longer an occupation. It's not temporary. It's a permanent condition, which means Gaza is a part of Israel, as is the West Bank. The Israelis say they came under attack from a foreign entity. They came under attack, sometimes it's said, by a foreign state. That's factually and legally incorrect. Israel, what's called pre-1967 Israel, the West Bank, and Gaza, they're all one state. And that state, as the Israeli Human Rights Organization B'Tselem put it, that one state is founded on the principle of, and now I'm quoting B'Tselem, it's founded on the principle of Jewish supremacy. It's a Jewish supremacist state. So when I try to understand Gaza, I try to look for an example, an analogy. an analogous situation. More or less, analogies are never perfect. And the closest analogy I could find in my own mind was the United States before the Civil War. What happened in Gaza on October 7th was a slave revolt. There was a slave revolt in Gaza. And our slave revolts in the United States, they were not pretty pictures. Take the case of the biggest slave revolt, the largest slave revolt. It was by Nat Turner. I suspect most of you in the audience have heard of the Nat Turner Rebellion. Well, Nat Turner was apparently a very smart guy like Frederick Douglass. He was a smart guy, no question about it. He also was a religious fanatic, a religious zealot. He was convinced that he was an instrument of God's will, and that the rebellion which he planned and then executed, the rebellion was sanctioned in all of its fine points by God. Well, Nat Turner's orders to his Confederates was, quote, kill all whites. And they proceeded to do just that. They killed 70 white people, about 60 people, men, women, and children. Before proceeding on that analogy, I would want to make the point that in current history curriculums in college campuses, and also in our cultural institutions, in our curricula and in our cultural institutions, Nat Turner's rebellion, the essence of which I just described to you, occupies an honored place. Now, that's just a fact. In current, you might say, in current woke curriculums, and you might want to say current woke cultural institutions, Nat Turner's rebellion, which resulted in the deaths of scores of innocents who were deliberately targeted by the rebels, it occupies an honored place. Now, I was curious when I started to think about the Nat Turner Rebellion. I was curious, what was the reaction of the white abolitionists, many of whom are from your part of the country, Massachusetts. The great white abolitionists, those who fought against slavery before the Civil War. Some of you will be familiar with their names because they're from your, as I said, area of the country. Charles Sumner, Thaddeus Stevens, Wendell Phillips, and William Lloyd Garrison. William Lloyd Garrison, probably the best known of the abolitionists, though they were all of extremely high character and intelligence and moral commitment, moral conviction. William Lloyd Garrison, he edited a newspaper called The Liberator. It was the main organ of the abolitionist movement. And right after the Nat Turner Rebellion, he wrote a long article. Now, I would urge you, your college students, so you should take your status, in my opinion, you should take it seriously. So when you go home tonight, it's not an onerous, that means too burdensome a task. Go home and check for yourself what I'm saying now, whether it's accurate. Now remember, Nat Turner was a religious fanatic, no question about that. As was John Brown. Nat Turner told his Confederates to kill all whites. They proceeded to do that. And apparently, Turner's reasoning was he wanted to create a national crisis in the United States that forced our country to confront the problem of slavery. It wasn't just a promiscuous outpouring of violence. There was, so to speak, there was a reason in the madness that this was the only way to force people, our country, to reckon with that colossal crime of slavery. So, what did William Lloyd Garrison write? You can find it easily on the web. You just enter William Lloyd Garrison, Nat Turner, Liberator, the newspaper. You'll find it easily. That's how I found it. He began by saying, I told you so, or we told you so. We told you. You treat these people this way, you lacerate them, you humiliate them, you degrade them, you treat them worse than you would treat animals, that it was only a matter of time before this happened. That's how he began. Next, he heaped ridicule on all those liberals who utter these high-sounding phrases about liberty, about equality, praising, as he said, the French in their revolution, praising the Greeks for their commitment to democracy, praising the Poles, the Polish rebellion in the mid-19th century. And he said, but when it comes to black people, you just treat them with utter and total contempt. Now, in the course of his article, William Lloyd Garrison, he does say that what happened in the Nat Turner Rebellion, it was shocking. He doesn't dispute that. It was shocking. And he also says that the killings could not be justified. But there's one thing he doesn't say. And I would like everybody to challenge me on this point. Even some of you who have laptops, and if you're quick readers, go to the exit. It's not a long piece, it's 2 pages. Go outside and read it on your own, and then come back and say, Professor Finkelstein, you're lying. Look at what William Lloyd Garrison says right here. Okay? I'm going to tell you that one of the most exemplary figures in all of American history, one of the most honored figures in all of American history, one of the handful of those great abolitionists who, at risk of personal injury and public obloquy, they fought for the emancipation of our slave population. Never once in that article that he wrote did he condemn the slave rebellion. He did not. And for me, that was a real illumination, because it kind of enabled me to find some clear path in this moral quandary of how to judge what happened on October 7th. It was shocking, yes. Can it be justified? No. Should it be condemned? William Lloyd Garrison clearly said no. Neither condemn it nor condone it. Neither approve it nor disapprove it. Because in my opinion, William Lloyd Garrison saw up front, what that system of slavery was, how it reduced human beings to abject, subhuman creatures. And he couldn't, in all good faith, condemn those who had been driven mad, who had been driven to a fury, whose rage at some point became uncontainable and joined this rebellion. And I won't connect the dots because I think you people are smart enough to connect the dots on your own. Being born into a concentration camp, no prospect whatsoever of ever seeing the light of day outside this concentration camp, no future, no past, no present, just left with pangs of hunger to pace back and forth in this territory the length of a marathon and the width of 5 miles. That was their destiny. That was their date, their fate, and that was their future. And then beyond that, every few years, Israel, as Israel liked to call it, for those of you who doubt me, go and check. You can even check right now if you have your laptop open in front of you. What did Israel call its periodic murderous operations? Mowing the lawn. Just enter, if you're sitting in front of your laptop, enter Israel mowing the lawn. Every few years, Israel would visit upon the inmates of the world's largest concentration camp ever, would visit another massacre on the people of Gaza, mowing the lawn. So, exactly as William Lloyd Garrison, seeing that hideous face of slavery day in and day out, I spent a large part of my life, in fact, almost the whole of my adult life, documenting what's been done to the people of Gaza. I feel with not nearly the moral integrity of the abolitionists. They risked their lives. When Garrison wrote his commentary on the Nat Turner Rebellion, people told him, don't go south because you won't be coming back. But they stuck by their principles. And their principles told them, I cannot, in good faith, condemn what was done. Was it a criminal? Yes. I'm not going to dispute that. Can it be defended? No. And Garrison was clear on that point. He said the excesses of the slaves cannot be defended. But did he condemn them? Read for yourself. The answer is no. And that's how I respond to the young woman who obviously can reach a different moral judgment from my own.
That was interesting. It was a lot of information to cover, but it did give me a little bit more context. I didn't want to keep pausing every 2 seconds because it was just going to take forever to get through. But it did give me a little bit more context. Y'all are crazy. I should have had my eye on the chat a little bit more, though. Oh my gosh. Mm. 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 But that's partially why I made the no sleep emoji. Although I needed to ring a bell or something. Oof, it's hot in here. Yeah, okay, my Astra's already out. Oh, does he debate Destiny? That'd be an interesting watch. Though I probably still don't, have enough info for all that. Appreciate y'all for getting sucked into the black hole. It's quite an experience. Man, did I really do that? Oof, I closed the music. Lombong, shut up. Good morning. Sometimes my focus is just so sharp. Okay. I was, you know, deep in thought, let me tell you. Like I said, it was a lot of good information. I might have to circle back to really, like, soak it all in. He does have a bit of a soothing voice as well. Appreciate y'all joining the Discord here, keeping the conversation going. Bam, I'll drop the link again. The black hole grows, guys. Today we definitely took an interesting turn, though, I gotta say. I was anticipating, you know, the White House press briefing, a little bit on, you know, Portland, and then to kind of wind down and do some Fallout 4. I did not expect the whole Gaza, Palestine, Israel class. I'd say it was productive, though. I'm gonna slowly, you know, work away this subject, get better understanding of it. Whew. Welcome to the black hole. This is the Persian night. Welcome, welcome. Wait, Paralysis. Wait, no, I think I responded to you. Or I played what you sent me, right? Oh, no, I didn't. Oh, shit. Are you here? Oh, you're probably still working. Yo, that is so dope. I don't know why I'm yawning. Lord Paralysis, I guess, works on planes, right? Inspects them and everything. He sent a picture in stream chat from his work. Stream chat in the Discord, guys. Come on over. The water's great. I'm looking for the correct emoji to respond with. I think the fire emoji. I think that is actually... Where's the fire emoji? Oh my god, if I yawn again. Hey, yo, appreciate that. I'll definitely have to pick your brain. It's an interesting flow here. You don't know what to expect, but we're gonna be diving into this topic more. It's a bit low energy tonight. I think I'm still needing to catch up on sleep from yesterday's streaming extravaganza. But I appreciate you for coming in. You were giving a lot of input, and it's just there's just so much depth to this subject, so it's gonna take me some time to really soak in the information, right? Because it's a lot of information. So but I appreciate that. It is hard to find people for you know, reasonable, fair people, you know? A lot of people, well, a lot of people are correct, so, you know what I mean? I don't know if you're still here in chat. Because everybody's correct. But you still can't sleep, yeah. That's kind of where I'm at. I yawn one more time. Jeez. You still here, Darius? I'm gonna message you back too, don't worry. My multitasking abilities when I'm tired are just trash. I'm gonna sip this coffee and see what happens. I shouldn't even be tired. That's the annoying part. I meant to get this started. I mean, it doesn't really matter when I start. It's still very late, so. But I did mean to get this started much sooner than I actually did. I don't know what happened. A little too much doom scrolling, honestly. I know, I'm dying over here with the damn yawning. I don't know what's wrong with me. Oh, there he goes. You know, like Alan Dershowitz. is good read. How would I say? Viewpoint. I'm gonna be hitting you back on the Discord too. I do appreciate your input here. From university many years back because it was important to understand this part. Okay. Dershowitz. Heard the name a lot.
You're so just crazy. About you.
Are you enjoying Nightbot there, Long Bong? You know, Nightbot could also tell you the weather. I think that's how it works. Bam. My bot's a smart fella. Quick with it. What else can they do? I don't even know. Yeah, we'll see what other things Nightbot can get into. Need to see what other functionality there is. Ooh, no. Okay, cool. Let's just need to make sure I'm playing the right stuff. All right, take care, Darius. Yeah, I appreciate you. I promise I'll have more energy for it. But I appreciate the input. Gave me some stuff to read into or look into. Future conversations will probably be more fruitful. But take care, be safe out there. It's crazy. The world's crazy. That's why I stay outside of a black hole over here in the different fold of space. Well, I'm glad y'all can at least receive the broadcast. Edward said it's a good starting point. Okay. Edward said. Wow. You said it felt cold, not 47 cold. Wait, 47? We've seen 47. Oh, Buffalo. It's a little chilly. Well, let me do you guys some justice. I'm gonna take a nap and circle back. I can't tell you when I'll be live. It could be 3 hours, it could be 6 hours, it could be 9 hours. It'll probably be sometime in the next 12 to 14 hours. So, but I do want to get a little nap in, and then maybe I can come back, start off on something nice, and assuming there isn't some new crazy breaking news, start off with maybe something kind of chill, a cup of coffee, maybe some Fallout 4, a little gaming, you know. And yeah, that would be kind of nice. I just want to avoid passing out here, so I'm gonna give myself at least a couple hours of sleep, and then we'll be back. As always, don't get too close to the black hole if you don't want to get sucked in, yo. Appreciate you for being here. Hit the like button, all the good stuff. I think it was a pretty productive day. I think it was a good stream. It was productive. I feel like it was pretty productive. Hey, alien. Oh yeah, I want to talk some aliens too. Either some aliens or some UAPs or something. That'd be kind of fun. Maybe a cup of coffee, some Fallout, some, you know. My brain's not working. Fringe, paranormal, classified conversations. So that would be kind of fun. We'll see. We could maybe crack into another Y-Files. We did the Conplan 8888, which was really cool. The military's plan for zombie apocalypse. You cannot go wrong with the Y-Files, I swear. But alright, y'all. I'll be back. Be safe. Take care.